An afternoon sitting on the first day of April, Tuesday afternoon in 2025, a day when the National Assembly is set to resume business after a short recess. And in the highlights in the order of business this afternoon, we have a number of bills as well as motions before the House this afternoon. To just take you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon, we have a number of constituencies that will be seeking for the House to approve their nominees to the various NGCDF boards. This is a motion by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters National Government Constituencies Development Fund on the nominees to 63 National Government Constituencies Development Fund. In this motion, the Chairperson of NGCDF Committee states that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43, subsection 4 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015, and paragraph 5, subsection 2 and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, the House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the various 63 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund. This is a motion that has been given priority in the order paper this afternoon for members to approve the nominees, with the 63 constituencies that have had their names before Parliament this afternoon being a number of 7 members all across, with representatives from the adult, youth, as well as women and persons with disability factored in the nomination to serve in the NGCDF boards of various constituencies. But away from that, the Excess Duty Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 7 of the year 2025 by the leader of the majority party is lined up for first reading this afternoon. And so is the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 11 of the year 2025, again by the leader of the majority party. After the first reading of these two bills, the House will consider a motion on the public petition on legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel. This is a motion by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Transport and Infrastructure. The chair for the Departmental Committee on Transport is seeking to have the House adopt the report of his committee following its consideration of the public petition number 14 of the year 2024 regarding the legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel, laid on the table of the House on the 20th of February 2025. This is actually a resumption of debate on this motion, which has a balance of about 2 hours for the members of the National Assembly to ventilate on the public petition on hailing, this being e-hailing of motorcycle riders and delivery personnel. The Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 4 of the year 2025 by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee is a bill at the second reading, where the members of the National Assembly are set to debate the Division of Revenue Bill. The other agenda before the House is a motion on the state of security in 6 counties of the Northern Rift. These counties being Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana County, West Pokot, Samburu, and Laikipia counties. This motion is by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Administration and Internal Security, who is seeking to have the National Assembly adopt the report of the Committee on Administration and Internal Security following the committee's inquiry into the state of security in 6 counties of the North Rift. The committee laid its report on the table of the House on the 13th day of August 2024. The assumption of the Office of President and transition of the Executive Authority Bill, National Assembly Bills number 1 of the year 2025. is a bill lined up for debate this afternoon. The National Assembly is also set to debate the anti-money laundering and combating of terrorism financing laws, this being an amendment to the existing laws on anti-money laundering and combating of terrorism financing. This is National Assembly Bills number 5 of the year 2025 by the leader of the majority party, currently at the second reading, with members of the National Assembly expected to debate the law on anti-money laundering amendment. So allow me to hand over for this live broadcast, presided over by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula. Enjoy your viewing and have a great afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao hajazao misikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell. Osoro, wapi wabunge? When you are the first to come in, nobody comes with you.
Well, the National Assembly has commenced its business this afternoon. And upon the commencement of the business, we have the quorum bell at the National Assembly ringing this afternoon for the House to raise quorum to commence business this afternoon. This directive by the Speaker of the House, Honorable Moses Wetangula, currently presiding over the business, is guided by the House Standing Orders number 34 on matters quorum upon the commencement of business. So this afternoon, as the House resumes business following a short recess, the National Assembly will require at least 50 members of Parliament to be in the chambers this afternoon for the House to commence business this afternoon. So before I handed you over to the National Assembly, I was just taking you through some of the businesses that members of the National Assembly are set to consider this afternoon. So allow me to keep taking you through the highlights in the order paper this afternoon, as we await for a signal from the chamber to ascertain if the House will raise quorum this afternoon. The Learners with Disability Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of the year 2023, is another bill before the House this afternoon, where the National Assembly is set to consider that bill. The other bill that is lined up for debate this afternoon is a treaty making and ratification amendment bill. This is bill number 9 of the year 2024 by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Justice and Legal Affairs. The members of the National Assembly are set to debate this bill this afternoon among the other bills, and we'll be expecting the members to debate the various proposals proposed in this amendment, being an amendment bill seeking to amend the already existing bill, being the treaty making and ratification.
We have quorum now, honorable members. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Take the nearest seat, Osoro. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seat, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable members, I wish to welcome you back to the House from the just concluded short recess. I believe that you had geared up to embark on the legislative, business of the House as we approach the end of the first part of this session. Having said that, honorable members, you recall that by a resolution passed on 13th February 2025, the House resolved that should a published bill become due for first reading during the short or long recess of the fourth session, the Speaker shall, upon determination that the bill is of priority, forthwith refer such a bill to the relevant committee for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 127, and cause the bill to be read a first time upon its next sitting. Order, Kainan. Order. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report to the House that during the short recess, 2 bills became due for first reading. The first bill is the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2025, which is sponsored by the leader of the majority party. The bill was published on 6th March 2025 and seeks to amend the Excise Duty Act, Cap 472, by removing the excise duty imposed on imported fully assembled electric transformers. Honorable members, you may recall that the said excise duty was introduced through Tax Laws Amendment Bill 2024 with the aim of supporting local assemblers. However, in the course of implementing the law, it has been determined that the excise duty has occasioned an unintended rise in the cost of manufacture and supply of transformers by increasing the cost of importing parts. The Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2025 therefore seeks to remedy this effect. The second bill is the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2025, also sponsored by the leader of the majority party. The bill was published on 13th March 2025, seeking to amend the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 476, to remove ambiguity in the commencement of exemptions granted before 1st January 2024 on capital goods for the promotion of investment in the manufacturing sector and whose value is not less than 2 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable members, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2025 and the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025 matured on 19th March 2025 and 26th March 2025 respectively. Consequently, and in line with the resolution of the House of 13th February 2025, I refer the bills to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration via the notification number 001 and 003 of 2025, respectively. Further, honorable members, in fulfillment of the resolution of the House, You'll notice that the bills have been listed for first reading under orders 9 and 10 in today's order paper. I therefore urge the departmental committees on finance and national planning to finalize consideration of the two bills and submit its report to the House to enable the House Business Committee prioritize them for second reading and subsequent stages. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages.
Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, I have a message from His Excellency the President on nomination of persons for appointment to various state and diplomatic offices. Honorable members, you may recall that by a resolution passed on 13th February 2025, the House ordered that upon receipt of any name of a person nominated for appointment to a state or public office from the President during the short or long recess of the fourth session, the Speaker shall forthwith refer such message to the relevant committee for consideration without having to recall the House and report such fact to the House on resumption. In this regard, honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42-2, I wish to report to the House that on Tuesday, 24th March and Wednesday, 25th March 2025, being a period during the short recess, I received two messages from His Excellency the President seeking approval of persons nominated for appointment to various state and diplomatic offices. Honorable members, in the first message, His Excellency the President conveyed that in exercise of the powers conferred to him by the provisions of Article 155(3) of the Constitution, he had nominated 14 persons for appointment as principal secretaries as hereunder. 1, Dr. Jane Kere Imbunya, State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development, Minister of Public Service, Human Capital Development and Social Programs. 2, Regina Akoth Ombam, State Department for Trade, Minister of Investments, Trade and Industry. 3, Cyril Odede Wagunda, State Department for Public Investment and Assets Management, the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 4, Dr. Caroline Wanjiru Karugu, State Department for East African Community Affairs, Minister of East African Community Affairs and the ASALs and Regional Development. 5, Dr. Oluga Frederick Ouma, State Department for Medical Services, Minister of Health. 6, Mr. Ahmed Abdisalam Ibrahim, State Department for National Government Coordination, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. 7, Judith Nayai Ramaita Pareno, Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice. 8, Dr. Boniface Makoha, State Department for Economic Planning, the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 9, Professor Abdulrazak Shaukat, State Department for Science, Research and Innovation, Minister of Education. 10, Stephen Isaboke, State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications, Minister of Information, Communication and Digital Economy. 11, Mr. Michael Lenasalon, State Department for Devolution, Office of the Deputy President. 12, Mr. Fikirini Katoi Kahindi Jacobs, State Department for Youth Affairs, Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports. 13, CPA Karen Agengo Acheng, State Department for Children Welfare Services, Minister of Labor and Social Protection. 14, Mr. Aden Abdi Mila, State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs, Minister of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. Honorable members, in the second message, members at the bar, take the nearest seats. The nearest seats. Tongoyo, what is your idea of nearest? Right. Honorable members, in the second message, His Excellency the President notified that in exercise of the powers conferred on him by the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, he had nominated 4 persons for appointment as ambassador, permanent representative, and consular general as hereunder. 1 as ambassador, Engineer Peter Kiplagat Tum, CBS, to Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. B, permanent representative, Susan Nahumicha Wafula, AGH, permanent mission of Kenya to the United Nations Habitat, Nairobi. Consular General, 1, James Buyekane Mohati, CBS, to Guangzhou, People's Republic of China. And 2, Abdi Dupat Fido, CBS, to Arusha, United Republic of Tanzania. Accordingly, honorable members, by notification numbers 003 and 004 of 2025 issued on 26th March 2025 and 27th March 2025 respectively, I notified all members of the House and the general public of the receipt of the said messages from the President. In the notifications, I refer the messages from His Excellency the President together with the certificate of presidential nominations, curriculum vitae, and other testimonials of the nominees proposed for appointment as principal secretaries to the relevant departmental committees to undertake the necessary approval hearings as follows. Departmental Committee and the nominee. 1, Administration and Internal Security, Ahmed Abdul Salam Ibrahim. Communication, Information and Innovation, Stephen Isaboke. Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, Caroline Wanjiru Karugu. Education, Abdul Razak Shaukat. Finance and National Planning, Cyril Wagunda Odede. Justice and Legal Affairs, Judith Nayai Pareno Ramaita. Labor, Dr. Jane Kere Imbunya. Health, Dr. Oluga Frederick Ouma. Regional Development, Michael Lenas Salon. Social Protection, 1, Fikirini Katoi Kahindi Jacobs and CPA Karen Agengo Acheng. Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Ms. Regina Akoth Ombam. Transport and Infrastructure, Aden Abdi Miller. Honorable members, the committees are expected to have already commenced the necessary approval hearings of the nominees for appointment as principal secretaries referred to them in accordance with the provisions of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. It's expected that the committees will table their report on or before Tuesday, 22nd April 2025. Honorable members, with respect to the nominees proposed for appointment as ambassador, permanent representative, and consular general, I referred the message from His Excellency the President together with the certificate of presidential nominations, the CVs, and the other testimonials to the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations for consideration. The committee is expected to submit its report by Wednesday, 23rd April 2025, so as to enable the House to consider the matter with the statutory timelines. Musa Sirima and Bowen, you are totally out of order. And Bowen, you are not supposed to be on phone in the chamber, and more particularly when the speaker is on his feet. That is grossly disorderly conduct. Honorable members, I also received a third message on 27th March 2025 from His Excellency the President conveying that in exercise of powers conferred on him by Article 152(2) of the Constitution, he nominates the Honorable Geoffrey K. Kiringa Ruku, MP, for appointment as the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Public Service, Human Capital Development, and Special Programs. In the message, His Excellency the President has also nominated Ms. Hannah Wendot Cheptumo for appointment as the Cabinet Secretary and Minister of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage. Honorable members, the President now seeks the approval of the nominees by this House. In this regard and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, as read together with Standing Order 423, I hereby refer the third message from the President, together with the CVs of the nominees, to the Committee on Appointments for consideration. Honorable members, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, provides that unless otherwise provided in law, the committee to which such nomination is referred shall consider the matter and table a report in the House within 28 days. In this regard, the Committee on Appointments is expected to immediately commence the approval, hearing, and report back to the House by Thursday, 24th April 2025, to allow consideration by the House within the statutory time. I thank you. Next. Honorable members, before the next order, allow me to recognize a delegation of staff from the Department of Administration of the Parliament of Ghana. I wish to acknowledge the presence of a delegation of 7 staff from the Department of Administration of the Parliament of Ghana sitting in the Speaker's Gallery to observe the House proceedings. Honorable members, the delegation is on a benchmarking visit to share experience on best practices and operations of the administrative processes within the National Assembly. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, I welcome the delegation to the National Assembly and wish them well during their visit. Equally honorable members, in the Speaker's Gallery, I welcome Tembo Girls Secondary School from Sotik, Bomet, Lanet Umoja Junior School from Bahati, Nakuru, and in the public gallery, Kianjuki Junior School from Runyenjes, Embu, Mulot Boys High School from Bomet East, Bomet, Mogotio Little Friends Academy from Mogotio, Baringo. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Hold on, Bayer. Before you lay your papers, the member for Sotik, Ambassador Sigei, has requested me to give him 1 minute to welcome one of the schools that I've mentioned. Go ahead, Sigei.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
not just your school, but all the schools in the gallery.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this time to welcome all the students from all the schools in this republic, because they are our visitors, Mr. Speaker. Of special mention, Mr. Speaker, is Tembo Girls, which comes from my constituency. And Mr. Speaker, I want to mention that it's a very good school. It's a school which I was part of the construction when I was in administration. And Mr. Speaker, I want to laud the management of Tembo Secondary School, Tembo Girls, and wish them well. I want to ask the students to know that this house, the house of making the laws of this country, belongs to them, and they are most welcome. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of our fellow members here and people of Sotik, I want to welcome them most warmly. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Majority Leader Owen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. A, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, NGCDF, for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following 55 constituencies. 1, Awendo. 2, Baringo, Bomachoge, Chache, Chesumei, Eldas, Embakasi East, Embakasi North, Emurua, Dikir, Fafi. 10, Gatundu South, Gem, Gishugu, Githunguri, Isiolo South, Kangundo, Karachuonyo, Kinangop, Kisumu West, at 20, Kitutu Chache North. Kwanza, Lafey, Laikipia East, Laikipia North, Laikipia West constituency, Loima constituency, Lugari, Makadara, Mandera South at number 30, Mandera West. Marakwet East, Masinga, Mavoko, Moyale, Mumias East, Mwingi North, Nakuru North Town East, Ndaragwa, Nyakach, Nyali, Nyando, Nyaribari Chache, Nyaribari Masaba, Rangwe, Rongai, Roysambo, Roiru, Samburu East, Samburu West, Sirisia, Teso South, Tinderet, Tarbo, Turkana North, and Nyata at number 55. Honorable Speaker, the Draft Parliamentary Service Center B, the Draft Parliamentary Service Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training Regulations 2024. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Next. Chairman, Budget. As you have made an official
Thank you, Honorable
duty
Speaker.
on the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 1st April 2025. A report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Atandi. Chairperson, Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund, Sirma.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 1st of April, 2025. Report of the Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund on the nominees to the National Government Constituency Development Fund committees for 63 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, Chair. Bashir, you are the Vice Chair, right?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 1st April 2025. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. 1. Budget implementation oversight for the following financial year 2023-2024 for the following state departments. Vote 1053, State Department for Foreign Affairs. Vote 1054, State Department for Diaspora Affairs. And vote 1221, State Department for East African Community. 2, its consideration of the ratification of a treaty establishing the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD. 3, inspection visit to Kenyan embassies in the United Arab Emirates and the state of Qatar conducted from 7 to 13 November 2024, and participation in the diaspora mobile consular services. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Leader of the Minority Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of motion on extension of the time for recruitment of persons for appointment as the chairpersons and members of the IBC. Aware that by the Gazette Notice number 1901 and 2543, dated 14th February 2023 and 1st March 2023, respectively, His Excellency the President declared one vacancy for the position of the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, and 6 vacancies for the position of members of the IEBC. Further aware that by the Gazette Notice number 715 of 27th January 2025, His Excellency the President appointed members of the selection panel for the recruitment of the nominees for appointment as the chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Noting that upon the appointment, the selection committee commenced the recruitment process and long-listed all applicants and subsequently shortlisted qualified applicants for the positions of chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Further noting that paragraph 6.1 of the first schedule to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act, Cap 7C, provides that the selection panel shall finalize the recruitment exercise within 90 days of its appointment and forward the names of the nominees to the President. Conscious that the selection panel is currently undertaking the interviews of the shortlisted candidates for the positions of chairperson and members of the IEBC, and that given the interview schedule of all shortlisted applicants, the panel has inadequate time to conclude the recruitment process. Further conscious of the need for the selection panel to ensure the recruitment process complies with the constitutional principles of regional balance, representation of the youth, and overall inclusivity, while ensuring that the interviews are conducted as far as practicable within the official working days and hours. Now, therefore, pursuant to the provisions of paragraph 6.2 of the first schedule to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act, Cap 7C, the House of Parliament resolved to extend the tenure of the selection panel to the recruitment of persons for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for a period of 14 days from 27th April 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jeanette. Next, Chairperson, NGCDF. Give your notice of motion.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to give the notice of motion. To give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Committee of the National Government Constituency Development Fund laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 1st April 2025, pursuant to the provision of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 414A and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016. Approve the list of nominees for appointment to the following 63 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, Ainapkoi constituency, Aldai constituency, Alego Usonga constituency, Bahati, Bamachoge Borabu, Bomet East, Borabu constituency, Budalangi constituency, Bura, Chepalungu, Molo, Chesumei, Embakasi North, Embakasi West, Mgwen constituency, Emuria Digir, Gishugu constituency, Igembe North, Isiolo North, Kaloleni constituency, Keses constituency, Kibwezi East constituency, Kibwezi West constituency, Kieni constituency, Kilgoris constituency, Kiminini constituency, Kinango constituency, Konoin constituency, Langata constituency, Lari, Lukuyani, Limuru, Malava, Mandera South, Marakwet East, Mavoko constituency, Mbere North constituency, Mboni constituency, Mogotio constituency, Soy constituency, Subukia constituency, Tharaka constituency, Tarbo constituency, Westlands constituency, Molo constituency, Mosop constituency, Mwingi West constituency, Narok West constituency, Ndiwa constituency, Njoro constituency, North Imenti constituency, North Hor constituency, North Mugirango constituency, Nyakach constituency, Nyeri Town constituency, Subukia constituency, Pokot South constituency, Rongai constituency, Ruaraka constituency, Ruiru constituency, Sigawet Soin constituency, Suba South constituency, Tetu constituency, Tinderet constituency, and Voi constituency. Mr. Speaker, I beg the House to approve these names which are appended on the order paper today so that we can be able to, which is listed, the various names on the order paper, Mr. Speaker, so that we can be able to operationalize the Constituency Development Fund in the various constituencies.
Sirma,
Yes.
when you give a notice of motion,
Yes.
you simply read what the motion says
Okay.
and you end up there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations.
Honorable Speaker, I have 4 notices of motion. Notice of motion, ratification of the treaty establishing Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Development Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the treaty establishing the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 1st April 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the treaty establishing the Intergovernmental Authority on Development. 2, notice of motion, inspection visit to Kenyan embassies in the United Arab Emirates and the State of Qatar. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on inspection visit to Kenyan embassies in the United Arab Emirates and the State of Qatar, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 1st April 2025. Participation in the diaspora mobile consular services. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its participation in the diaspora mobile consular services exercise in Texas, USA, laid in on the table of the House Tuesday, 1st April 2025. I have one more left, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Development Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on budget implementation monitoring for the financial year 2023-2024 for the following state departments, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 1st April 2025. 1, vote 1053, State Department for Foreign Affairs. Vote 1054, State Department for Diaspora Affairs. And vote 1221, State Department for East African Community. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bashir. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statements on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met today, Tuesday, 1st April 2024, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, allow me to officially welcome members back from the short recess. I trust that members are well rejuvenated and ready for this new session. As we embark on the business ahead of us, Honorable Speaker, we still have a significant number of good legislative proposals, bills, and other statutory instruments that most certainly need our keen attention. Therefore, the collective effort of every member and every committee is critical for the realization of our constitutional mandate bestowed upon us by the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as members may recall, before we went on recess, I undertook to schedule the appearance of cabinet secretaries before this House to reply to members' questions and provide reports. In this regard, I wish to convey that in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A 5 and 6, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, the Honorable Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, is scheduled to appear before the House during the afternoon sitting of tomorrow, Wednesday, 2nd April 2025, to respond to questions as follows. So, Honorable Speaker, the following and members, the following questions will be replied to tomorrow by the Honorable Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, the CS for Interior National Administration. Question by private notice number 005-2025 by the member for Tiati, the Honorable William Kamket, MP, regarding reviewing academic and other qualifications for the appointment of chiefs and assistant chiefs in marginal areas in the country. Question number 6 of 2025 by the member for Tiati, again, the Honorable William Kamket, MP, regarding actions taken by the ministry against police officers who were involved in the incident that led to indiscriminately shooting of cows belonging to Mr. Tesio Chepande of ID number 34184906 in Lemuyek Village, Chemuro sublocation. Question number 7, Honorable Speaker, by the member for Bumula, the Honorable Wanami Wamboka, MP, regarding the report on funds the government has spent to acquire and implement the electronic travel authorization, the FTA, the ETA system. Question number 26, 2025, by the member for Kilome, the Honorable Thaddeus Nzambia, MP, regarding the criteria used to gazette Nzai sublocation in Makueni constituency via Gazette Notice number 17 of 2024, contrary to the agreement made by the community to retain Nzai sublocation in Kilome constituency. Question number 27 of 2025 by the member for Kuresoi South, the Honorable Joseph Tonui, MP, regarding status reports on the operationalization of the administrative units in Kuresoi South constituency. Question number 28 of 2025 by the member for Isiolo, the Honorable Mumina Bonaya, MP, regarding update on the operationalization of newly created administrative units in Isiolo County that were gazetted in March 2022. Question number 29 of 2025 by the member for Kabondo Kasipul, the Honorable Eve Obare, MP, regarding the measures taken by the ministry to enhance safety and security of residents in Kabondo Kasipul constituency. Question number 30 of 2025 by the member for Gilgil, the Honorable Martha Wangari, CBS MP, regarding provisions of a detailed report on the status of investigation into the death of Mr. Justice Ekimomor Omolo. Question number 31 of 2025 by the member for Nyaribari Masaba, the Honorable Daniel Manduku, MP, regarding status of gazettement and deployment of security personnel to Ichuni Police Station in Ichuni Ward, Nyaribari Masaba constituency. Honorable Speaker, question number 32, 2025, by the member for Mwatate, the Honorable Peter Mbogo, MP, regarding status of investigations to the incidents of security within Sagala Ward in Taita Taveta County. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, question number 33, 2025, by the member for Matungu, the Honorable Peter Nabulindo, MP, regarding status of the investigations into the insecurity incidences reported in Matungu constituency. Honorable Speaker, I urge members, Mr. Honorable Speaker, members whose questions are listed for reply to avail themselves in the House tomorrow to ask their questions. Members whose questions have been listed, please avail yourselves tomorrow so that your questions can be replied to. Honorable Speaker, I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House today. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Awen Baya. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Nominees to 63 National Government Constituencies Development Fund committees.
Musa Sirma. Now, when you move your motion, after you get to the word fund on the last line, you are not obligated to read all the 63 constituencies plus the names. Simply say of the 63 constituencies and the list thereat as shown on the order paper.
Thank you.
It will be understood. Go ahead now and move your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move that pursuant to the provision of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approved the list of nominees for appointment to the following 63 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, the names of the various constituencies are appended on the order paper from constituency number 1 of Ainapkoi constituency to Westlands constituency, which is the 63 constituency as per the order paper. Mr. Speaker, these names are necessary for the operationalization of the National Government Constituency Fund, and especially, Mr. Speaker, that we have given the NGCDF board has released some money which are meant for the bursaries, Mr. Speaker. And yet it is not sufficient, but of course you cannot operationalize the same because we lack signatories to these funds because the term for the previous committees have expired, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know members are having it difficult, and especially the funds, CDFCs in the various constituencies, in terms of paying of bursaries to the students. Mr. Speaker, the amount of money we have received so far is only 14 billion out of the 54 billion we expect to receive this year. And yet we are in the final quarter of disbursement, Mr. Speaker. It is time that the National Treasury releases the balance of this money so that development can go on. We have various classes, especially for grade 9, and also preparation for the next year's grade 10 in the various secondary schools to expand them, Mr. Speaker, that unless this money is released timely and to be able to support the various educational needs in the various constituencies, the emergency needs, Mr. Speaker, especially now there are rains, roofs are leaking, toilets are sinking, and all the other infrastructure which require to be supported by this fund, Mr. Speaker. We need National Treasury to look at it and be able to give us enough funding to be able to disperse to every constituency. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Who is seconding you?
Seconded by Honorable, let me ask Murugara, the chair of Legal Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to second the motion that this House does approve the various committees that are set out in the order paper so that every constituency amongst the 63 now has a functional NGCDF committee and its functions can proceed and mandate is actually discharged. With those remarks, I beg to second.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Naisula, take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 63 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. The list of the constituencies and the nominees is appended to the order paper herein. I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that pursuant to the provisions of section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approved the list of nominees for appointment to the following 63 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. The list of constituencies and nominees being appended to the order paper herein. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Excise Duty Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Value Added Tax Act and for connected purposes. Order number 11, motion, public petition on legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel, resumption of debate.
Who was on the floor? Yes, Okello, what is it?
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I may have inadvertently lost the thread of events because I was waiting for questions and statements. But Honorable Speaker, due to your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, I thank you. It will be 11th time, Honorable Speaker, if you will give the classification of
hardship areas.
Of hardship areas.
Take your seat.
All right.
You have overflowed that issue. Take your seat.
I thank you.
Majority Leader, in the course of this week, ensure that you bring a response or a statement on the criteria for classification of areas of various parts of this country as hardship areas. Jared Okello, the member for Ahero, has been flogging this issue, and member for Nyando. Ahero is your headquarter. Yes, and many other members have been raising similar issues, including the distinguished lady from Gilgil, Mwashako from Tavet, from Undanyi, Katana from Ganze, and many, many members. So are you able to bring the statement on a report on Thursday? Better still, Honorable Owen Bayer, the minister responsible for classification of hardship areas, is appearing here tomorrow afternoon to answer questions that you have listed. If you are able to communicate to him that the House anticipates also a statement on this classification, I can give him an opportunity to appraise the House on the criteria used. Yes, Wanjala. Just hold. Get a mic,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the same, when they classify a place as a hardship area, they have been discriminatory. They have been discriminatory to other government officers, and they have only been paying teachers. Yet the same government officers, the police, the other government officers, the agricultural officers, the DCCs, the assistant chiefs, and so on, also work in the same areas. So would you also tell us, the House, that actually they will pay any government officer hardship allowance within that area, not only teachers?
Panjala, it will be very dangerous for the country to go that route. Is there any place that can be classified as a hardship for a policeman? Their duty is to work everywhere and protect people. Or a DC. Unless you want to declare everywhere hardship. I will not encourage that. Yes, Gisairo? Yeah? Did I see you raise your hand?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, it was not on this issue.
Or something different?
Yes, because I was...
So take your seat. Yes, yes, Chepalungu. Honorable Mandazi.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. While I appreciate the report that will be brought by the leader of majority on Thursday, I equally want to put myself. I had done a petition, and I would wish maybe then we get to know how far the petition has gone.
On the same issue?
Yes, on the same issue.
Mwashako? Give Honorable Mwashako the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to praise the House that this House approved a petition to make Undanyi, Taveta, and parts of Mwatate constituency to be hardship for our teachers. After this House approved, Honorable Speaker, I'm expecting the minister who is coming in tomorrow to, if not to declare any other place hardship, at least declare the one that this House had approved, Honorable Speaker.
Mwashako.
Thank you.
Your constituency is one of the greenest and most beautiful parts of this country. Is it hardship, really?
And that is the misnomer around this issue, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
We did a petition, and the TSC and an interministerial team visited Taita Taveta.
Yes.
And particularly my constituency. 40% of my constituency happens to be the highlands.
Yes.
That receives moderate rainfall. But the 60% of my constituency is extremely hardship. And not only hardship, Honorable Speaker, we are the worst in terms of human-wildlife conflicts, claims and challenges and killings, Honorable Speaker. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, it can deceive when you come to Undanyi town and imagine that the constituency is evergreen. It's only a fraction.
Yes.
And then, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to add, there are parts of Mwatate, I agree with Honorable Wanjala, to the extent that sometimes they will take a constituency to be hardship and leave out just a zone, a small fraction of that constituency, and this creates an imbalance where no teacher wants to work in that area, Honorable Speaker. And I'm talking about Ronge zone in Mwatate constituency. And that's why I, as the minister comes, Honorable Speaker, and I truly want to beseech you to support Taita Taveta, that's Mwatate, Ronge, Undanyi, and Taveta, because this House pronounced itself in last term that those areas require to be hardship for our teachers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Katana. Give to Katana. Next to you, yes.
Asante Bwana Spika. Kwanza nataka nisahishe, mimi ni mbunge wa Kaloleni na si Ganze. Ganze yuko hapa. Bwana Spika, mwaka jana niliuliza swali kuhusu mambo ya sehemu ambazo ziko na ugumu, na ukatoa mwelekeo wakati huo, ukamwambia kiongozi wa wengi aweze kuleta majibu. Sasa imefika Bwana Spika, ni zaidi ya miezi 6 tangu useme maneno hayo, kwa sababu ukiangalia jirani yangu Ganze imesajiliwa kama sehemu ambayo ni ngumu zaidi, na Ganze na Kaloleni wanapata shida zile zile ambazo watu wa Ganze wanapata. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, kiongozi wa wengi ajue kwamba kuna watu alichukulia swala hilo umuhimu zaidi, kwa sababu kuna watu wetu wengi ambao wanaumia, haswa sehemu za Kayafungo, Mwanamwinga na Mariakani na Kaloleni ward. Asante Bwana Spika.
Tende Mwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as much as my colleagues are more concerned about the hardship areas, I think it's prudent that we don't preempt or try to coach the minister on what the minister should tell us. So we leave it at that. We move to the next order and we listen to the minister tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Yes, Hassan. Thank you, Tindi, for helping the chair. Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fully agree with you that, in fact, this has been overstretched in the fact that there are some really troubled places which staff need some support. There are arid areas that need some help. But to be honest, I find that in this House we're getting a bit greedy in the sense that places, beautiful places like Taita Taveta are demanding to be included in this category, and many other places. Let's be fair to underdeveloped areas of our country that really need support in that sense, rather than overstretching ourselves to include every district in our country.
Chonga.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. This subject is very interesting, Mr. Speaker. As much as you can see that Taita Taveta is green, I'm very sure Kwale there is very dry. The challenge comes in, and I'm actually a victim of this. The challenge comes in that most teachers like to be transferred to the hardship areas. So it leaves the greener area very much vulnerable. You find performance in the areas where it's green is vulnerable because there are no sufficient teachers, there are no sufficient facilities. All the teachers are moving to the hardship areas. This is a matter that needs to be addressed. It has highly affected Kilifi South in a big way. So I think as we wait for this, for the minister to come and address this issue, we actually need to take it as a parliament to address that so that some areas are not left as enclaves. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Speaker, the term hardship and hardship allowance has been abused over the years. Speaker, can I request for your protection from my good neighbor here? Mr. Speaker, I say the term hardship and hardship allowance has been abused, just like sessional paper number 10 of 1965 has been abused. It is the high time that we think out of the box and accept the reality that Kenya is a country of diverse environmental, climatic conditions, Mr. Speaker. And this reality, once it sinks, just like right now what is happening to equalization. Mr. Speaker, you are a renowned constitutional lawyer. I want you just to reflect on these abuses and clamor for every area to be defined as a hardship area and everybody to get hardship allowance vis-a-vis what has happened to equalization. Then when shall we have a country united by its diversity? Mr. Speaker, as the minister comes, I want to plead. Let's bring this thing to an end once and for all. You remember, Mr. Speaker, over the last few years, the issue of teachers and posting of teachers actually to regions in northern Kenya has been abused just because of the allowances or even because of the definition. Isn't it the high time that we as the leadership, in particular members of the National Assembly here, accept that Wajir is different from Baringo, Wajir is different from Laikipia, Laikipia is different from Bungoma, Mombasa is different from Nairobi. This reality must sink in our heads so that we have a country that depends on the strength of its diversity, the diversity of the people, the diversity of its climatic conditions. Mr. Speaker, somebody said, and this is my remark, my concluding remark. If you look at Kenya, Kenya has the 8 wonders of the world. You have regions that are as semi-arid as where we come from. We have coastal region. We have mountainous areas. We have the plainland. We have the Rift Valley. Mr. Speaker, this reality, these regions cannot be the same. So I want to plead with the leadership and whoever is going to bring this answer tomorrow to be firm, to be decisive, and once and for all, bring this issue to rest that has been abused. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Go on.
Constitution, Mr. Speaker, the current constitution, and I remember you are there. One of the things that we fought for, Mr. Speaker, under the current constitution, some people wanted pure presidential system, and you know, others wanted a pure parliamentary system. But for those of us who have suffered as a result of as a result of the old constitution, Mr. Speaker, coined the idea of having devolution, equalization. Devolution, I'm sorry to say, it's not working as expected. Equalization has been abused. The definition of arid and semi-arid areas and these other hardship areas has been abused. Then, when are we going to have a country with equity, a country with the same development of phase, a country that appreciates the uniqueness of every region? Mr. Speaker, under your leadership, and I know you have done a lot. Today, your members maybe are not aware that the Supreme Court, on the issue of NCDF, I don't know whether my good friend here, who is also a seasoned lawyer, is briefing to the Supreme Court decision. Mr. Speaker, that conclusion on the CDF and many other things defines certain things within our governance structure. Mr. Speaker, I want to believe with you under your leadership. Don't leave it to the CSs. Can you guide them to bring this thing to an end once and for all so that there is predictability, there is certainty, and there is a guarantee of what happens to whoever will fall under that definition? I support Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, Pareo. Pareo, then Maclap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this issue on the hardship area. I remember last year I brought this issue before this House, that my constituency qualifies to be a hardship area. Why I say so is because teachers are running away from the schools. Because in my neighboring constituencies, they are all beneficiaries of hardship allowances. But in Narok North, we have not had an area that is benefiting for the hardship areas. And when you look at the teachers in that constituency, they really suffer a lot. Because the kilometers they travel, because we have no roads. And when we look at these teachers, when they get to the schools, they have no houses in the schools. So they live in the centers. So the problems they go through are more than what they earn. So I'm asking you, Mr. Speaker, to consider Narok North, and at the same time, I've been waiting for the answer from the minister himself because he came here. I asked that question. I have never gotten a reply to that question. So I stand to say that Narok North qualifies to be a hardship area, and especially when the other neighboring constituencies are benefiting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think from the definition of what the Honorable from Nyando wanted is the criteria onto which this classification is done in the country and how it can be applied. Mr. Speaker, if we define hardship place or an hardship area for hardship allowance as per the degree of hotness or coldness, then we are missing the point. Mr. Speaker, we should actually be defining hardship areas as per availability of road network, electricity, goods and services, movement, transport. We should be looking at even congestion, Mr. Speaker. Even Nairobi here is an hardship area because it is too congested. The cost of living is very expensive. It is an hardship area, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm looking at is, Mr. Speaker, let us look at the whole country. Today, the cost of living in Kenya is already an hardship for everybody, Mr. Speaker, including where children are born, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there is critical need to actually apply hardship across the Republic of Kenya so that every person in this country who is facing hardship in any way or the other will be able to benefit, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, this could be a selective injustice to parts of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, if we have to apply hardship in accordance to degree of the sun or hotness and coldness of a place, Mr. Speaker, then we miss the point in the entire country of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we need to fix this matter so that, for example, Mr. Speaker, Baringo is an hardship area. But there is one sub-county called Eldama Ravine, which does not have an hardship area, and yet the neighbors of Elgeyo Marakwet, where it experienced the same degree of coldness like Timbarua and Elgeyo Marakwet, they get hardship allowance. It is a discrimination. And then now, employees of the government move from that particular area to other areas looking for a better package, Mr. Speaker. So unless we think about Kenya holistically, then we can be able to have something not hardship allowance, but something that can be applied for all civil servants and employees of government across Kenya based on the degree of cost of living and accessibility to the most basic needs of human life. When we do like that, then we can make Kenya equal for all of us, Mr. Speaker. That is the only way we want to bring this thing. Otherwise, it will continue to become an inequality for Kenya and an injustice for part of the country, Mr. Speaker. Let us think broadly. Let us think in a way that it can be able to sort the whole country, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, very soon, we shall classify areas as banditry area, and we need bandit allowance because we suffer from bandit allowance. Others will have Al-Shabaab allowance because there are issues of Al-Shabaab. Let us look at for something that will bring uniformity across the country and every employee of government, because of the accessibility of the things that I have said, Mr. Speaker, can work for you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of hardship allowance and areas being declared hardship areas may possibly today be termed a historical injustice. It dates back to just days after independence, when the then Minister for Economic Planning and Development, the late Joseph Thomas Boyer, came up with the sessional paper number 1 of 1965. This is where, for the first time, it was proposed that areas that are productive have to get more resources than the areas that are less productive. And to compensate those areas that are less productive, the issue of hardship was introduced. Unfortunately, even as we speak today, if we go by the way we do our budgets, you will find that some counties that are considered to be more productive do get the chunk of our budget, while those that are thought to be less productive get very little. This is unjust. It cannot be protected anymore, and we should be thinking about it. Number 2, you'll find that there are areas declared as hardship, like my constituency, Tharaka, as applies to teachers and the judicial service staff. Next door is a sub-county known as Egambagombe, which is exactly like Tharaka, and yet they do not get hardship allowance. When we look at it across the country, it is unfair, it is unjust, and it should now be equalized so that areas that are hardship, are less productive, are given more resources to catch up with other areas in Kenya so that we have some parity of some sort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wangare, very last.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The reason you see this issue recurring, Mr. Speaker, is because of the mystery that has been surrounding this issue of hardship area. Mr. Speaker, last term, we asked the same questions that we are asking today. First of all, it was even difficult to know who does the classification. In any case, it was taken to TSC. We thought it is the Ministry of Education. Then it was taken back to the Ministry of Interior, Mr. Speaker. Even to know the person in charge was a problem. That is why you see members feeling very jittery, because this is an issue that has been shrouded in mystery, and the ones that are benefiting, Mr. Speaker, do not want the issue opened up. And Mr. Speaker, you cannot say that the Kenya of before devolution is also the same the way it was in the 60s or the 70s, Mr. Speaker. There are areas that were classified as a hardship area that time, and yet today, with devolution and the development that has gone on, are no longer hardship areas, Mr. Speaker. So this mystery is what the CS must declassify, Mr. Speaker. Let us know the parameters that were used. Do they change? And who does the change, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, if you remember, the issue of the Kenya police when we were discussing their housing, it was applied across the country, Mr. Speaker, because some people would look at, say, Gilgil and say it is not a hardship area. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a teacher from Gilgil town who will need 2 hours or more to get to a school, say in Guashati, say in some place called Dogonoi, Mr. Speaker. But what we need from the ministry tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, what are the parameters? Have these parameters changed? And more importantly, what is the periodic review is applied, Mr. Speaker, so that we know how do you qualify. Because what we are having today, Mr. Speaker, is that teachers are moving from any area without a hardship allowance, Mr. Speaker. Those in the hardship allowance area even bribe their way to stay there. So you'll get a teacher staying until they retire because they don't want to be moved from that area. Mr. Speaker, that way then we'll be dealing with the whole country and be able to make a way forward instead of having this issue over and over every parliament, Mr. Speaker. From last term, from 11th parliament, we are still talking about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen Bayer, you hear this, all these cries from various members. And from where I sit, it's a question of poor management. When somebody looks for a public job, be it a teacher, a policeman, they say, I am ready to work anywhere and everywhere. Then now you are crying that they are running away. How can somebody run away from his job without authority? It is a question of management, but tell your minister to come and tell us the criteria of classification of hardship areas. The classic case of Jared Okello. If you know the geography of his area, Ahero is not hardship. Nyakach, which is even a better area than Ahero, is classified as hardship. That's what he has been telling us here. Muhoroni, which is a settlement, very productive agricultural area, is hardship. Ahero, ravaged by floods every year, is not. That is the kind of issue that you should be dealing with. So if you find that your minister will have sufficient time, we'll give him tomorrow to deal with this issue for at least 30 minutes before he goes to the rest of the questions. Unless you have any other idea to give us.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, and I share the sentiments and agree with what is being said, although I can see two different sides. But Honorable Speaker, my thinking is that the Minister for Interior may not be the right person. The Minister for Public Service. Yes, and...
is it public service?
Yes, public service.
If it's public service...
Yes. So
the designated minister
and the designated minister
right
is
there.
here. Probably we will require him to bring the report here immediately is sworn in. But Honorable Speaker, again...
Hold on, Owen. There's a point of order from...
Honorable Speaker, what we are talking to now, or about now, concerns a report that was done by a multi-agency team that was headed by Public Service, Honorable Speaker. Now, the report delved into areas where the hardship is deserving and therefore informed a new gazettement of those areas, Honorable Speaker. So the report had already been done by the multi-agency team, which was actually headed by one Mr. Sylvester Bolo. And the report is with Public Service here. So that is what I have always been agitating for, to be brought before this House for discussion. But I do know and understand that there are many areas that could have been left out in that report, and therefore it will form part of our discussion of that particular report, Honorable Speaker.
Point made.
Yes,
so, Owen...
Yeah, what I want to say, Honorable Speaker,
yes.
the Department of Personnel Management within the Ministry of Public Service is actually the right place.
So when do you want to bring the minister here?
Probably if we could plan for him to come next week, I think, but now we don't have a substantive minister in the office. Probably you need to give us time. But also the information I had talked to the previous minister about the same thing.
In the absence of the minister, you can summon the Prime Cabinet Secretary to come and respond.
All right. So much obliged. We'll write to the Cabinet Secretary, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, to come and respond on the same, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, allow me, hold on, Gisairo, to acknowledge in the public gallery the following institutions. Karatina University students, I believe, from Madeira, Nyeri. Ngaihia Comprehensive School from Oljororok, Nyandarua. Kimchul Secondary School from Bomet East, Bomet. MCK Wesley Boarding School from South Imenti, Meru. Ndamene Junior School from South Imenti, Meru. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Yes, Gisairo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also had expected we're going to have statements, so I wanted to raise at that point. Honorable Speaker, I am following following what my chair in the CDF committee has presented here, whereby we've passed a motion and agreeing to the formation of those CDFCs. Honorable Speaker, the reality is we are now in the last quarter of this financial year. While in Naivasha, I remember very well, the CS had promised that he was going to send 7 billion twice in the month of February, and then 7 billion on a monthly basis up to the end of the financial year. Honorable Speaker, as we speak up to today, the board has only received 7 billion last year, and the second disbursement of 7 billion in the month of February, where he had promised to send double the amount. Honorable Speaker, the members here who representing their CDFCs are not even able to give bursary, yet we are done with term 1. University students, Honorable Speaker, are supposed to collect their exam cards subject to them paying fees, and some of these students rely on bursary from CDF. We are being taken in circles, Honorable Speaker. The financial is coming to an end. I have seen some constituencies, CDFCs, even purporting to take photos that they are launching bursaries just to save themselves from the angry students. But in reality, there is no money going to the universities. There is no money going to the schools. Honorable Speaker, this statement by the CS was made in your presence while you chaired that meeting, and we are not going to allow this House to be taken in wild goose chase in the presence of our chair in that meeting and with our Speaker. Honorable Speaker, can you guide this House? What is the way forward in the matter of disbursing the CDF amounts that are balanced? Out of the 54 billion, they've only remitted 14 billion, and we only have 3 months to go. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Bina Buera, on the same issue?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, the issue raised by Honorable Kizairo is very, very grave. Honorable Speaker, you may not be aware that up to where we are, we have some grade 9 students who do not have classrooms, simply because the CDFCs had budgeted to use the money disbursed this financial year to fill the gap from where KPIL, from the Ministry of Education, was not able to provide funds for. We have grade 9 students who are having classes outside, under trees, in tents in this country. Honorable Speaker, the rains have come. In my constituency, on Sunday, the rain swept off a whole school. I do not have money in CDFC which we can use for emergency purposes. It is unfair for the CS, especially in a meeting where you are chairing yourself, to commit and purport to be that he would release money when in reality he knew very well he was not going to release money. Honorable Speaker, we need your intervention in this matter so that we can serve students in the universities, students in colleges, and students in primary schools who do not have shelter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Owen Bayer, can you liaise with the ministry and report back to the House on Thursday afternoon on the schedules of disbursement of NGCDF?
Thank you. Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Now, we had called out order number 11. I'm told Honorable Kajwang, you moved the motion, and Honorable Jematia, who? Honorable Sane is to second.
Honorable Sane will second. Yeah.
Honorable Sane, you are ready? Go ahead to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, motorcyclists, commonly referred to as border, are a very important segment of our transport system. Mr. Speaker, borders offer the last mile connectivity. They are the only accessible and cheap mode of transport in the dark and narrow alleys of our cities and all our urban centers. Most of the times, it is motorcycles that are entangled in the bushes and thickets of the countryside, trying to make sure that goods and services and people are delivered to where they are needed most. Mr. Speaker, border offer employment to our youth. Quite a big number of our youth are engaged in motorcycle transport, making a living and serving them as a reliable form of employment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the committee met different stakeholders and went through the petition 14 of 24 and interrogated all stakeholders, they found that there are three outstanding issues in the petition. One, lack of recognition in law and by transport network companies, Mr. Speaker, by the motorcyclists. They also go through many agonies, including welfare issues, that they don't get the required protection in doing their business. Most of the time, they are being deactivated by the transport network companies without notice and in a very unjustifiable way, Mr. Speaker. Actually, it is, in a way, chastising cyclists without looking at their interest. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, pricing has been an issue. Despite being such a huge segment of our transport system, motorcyclists end up being passive takers of prices, whereas they were supposed to negotiate and they were supposed to be a force to reckon in our market. They end up taking prices passively. So they were not getting prices commensurate to the work they do. They were not actually getting profits. And in that way, prices were unjustifiable in regard to what they do. Mr. Speaker, out of the triangulation of these three main factors, the committee realized that a committee came up with a raft of recommendations amenable to the sector's contribution in the country. One of them, to make sure that they are recognized in law and recognized by transport network companies, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, regulations will help to level the playing ground for different sectors to make sure that they try to get the rules treat every person or every segment of the transport sector fairly and in a very transparent way, so that the sector can at least blossom in a very entrepreneurial setting, Madam Speaker. Further, the amendment of the 2022 regulation that has been recommended by the committee attempts to regulate and provide a safety net so that the players, the motorcyclists, the borders get the right protection against those extremes and abuses they have been facing in the past. Madam Speaker, that is to ensure that this sector also is recognized and can do business in a very thriving way without being agonized or mistreated. With those few contributions, I second, Madam Speaker.
He did. Okay, honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the public petition number 14, 2024, regarding legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 20th February, 2025. Those members who want to contribute to this debate, could you press the intervention button? Okay, Honorable now Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I hereby stand to support this particular report because, Honorable Speaker, e-hailing motorcycle services in this country have become one of those things that are called necessary evil. It has become a service that is widespread all over the country. Literally every county in this country actually has these services already happening. And Honorable Speaker, I have had an opportunity to also interact with how the legal framework has been done in some of the other countries, especially in Asia and some of the African countries. And I can tell you for a fact that, Honorable Speaker, because of them being able to put legal frameworks and recognition of this particular service, they've been able to even increase the efficiency and security, not only of the service providers, but also of the people who particularly consume this service. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that will really be helpful in this is data protection, because data protection in terms of the people who use any online platforms has become quite a big issue. And I like the fact that the committee has recommended that be one of the solutions to ensure that there's proper governance in that particular space. Honorable Speaker, we are also talking about automated payments and security. Because, Honorable Speaker, it can become very cumbersome if you see an e-hailing operator walking around with physical cash. So having automated payment processes for this will actually be very helpful. Honorable Speaker, I don't know if the committee had an opportunity, because I've seen one of the recommendations they've done is speaking directly to the e-hailing service providers who actually distribute food. So I don't know if they've had an opportunity to interact with what the Dabawala of Mumbai in India have been able to do in that particular space. Because that is one of the oldest, most successful story when it comes to transportation of food deliveries. What the Dabawalas used to do, Honorable Speaker, and they're still doing, because it's a business that has been there for more than 130 years old, is that they collect food from the different homesteads in India and take it to the workers in another area. And it has been reported that they've had 99.9% accuracy in terms of collecting foodstuffs from the right homesteads and transporting the same to the right workers, and then again, still transporting those containers back. So this is one of those stories that I would really, really like for the committee to have a look at in terms of, especially now that they're recommending for us to have a proper way, especially of distributing food deliveries, because that, Honorable Speaker, is a very sensitive area. Honorable Speaker, when you look at some of the recommendations the committee has made, which make a lot of sense, and you can also see that they actually affect different departments and different areas and different ministries. But my worry, Honorable Speaker, and I'm hoping the committee is listening to this, is that under each and every recommendation, they've given a timeline of 90 days for different ministries for them to be able to process the recommendations and bring their reports back to the House. But my question, Honorable Speaker, is because in the recommendation, they do not even specify when they would like these different ministries to start. A ministry like Ministry of Information and Communication, which has been tasked with developing a digital courier services network, could start its job tomorrow. And then another ministry like for transport, which has another task, starts their report writing after 1 week or after 1 month. And all of them have a period of 90 days. If this is not happening at the same time, it means that we will finish this particular parliamentary calendar without an actual formidable multi-sectoral engagement on how this legal framework will have been done. And this will render the work by the committee to become a process in futility. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm really hoping that the committee is listening to this and that they will take into consideration to ensure that if you're having different ministries working on coming up with legal framework that is relevant to the specifications of that committee, then you need to have this happening concurrently so that we can have an actual report in 90 days, rather than not giving them particulars of what they want to process this. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, having said that, and with that recommendation that I'm giving to the committee, I'd like to once again just support this particular report and hope that this is finally something that we will actually be giving back as a gift to the people who are operating in this particular space, so that we make it more efficient and safer for both the service providers and for the people who are actually using that service. With those few remarks, I support and I submit. I thank you.
Honorable Member for Seme, Honorable James Nyikal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I arise to support this report because, Madam Speaker, this report, the petition was based on a very competent view that when the National Transport and Safety Authority was making the regulations for transport network companies, owners, drivers, and passengers, regulations of 2022, they actually excluded motorcycle riders. And on the basis of only that, they did not or were not able to engage them during the process. So that is actually a big omission. And Madam Speaker, I want to say something a little more, because you have noticed, you may have noticed even now, even the implementation of the traffic laws, the motorcycle riders seem to have actually been left. If you look at how they're riding in town, they don't seem to be actually observing traffic regulations. As much as it may be seen that we are being fair to them, they're busy, but there's a big danger. We are actually exposing them. So if you look at accidents that they go through, it is because we are not implementing the laws that protect them. Laws protect people. Sometimes the laws protect you even for your own self. So I was very concerned that even when they were making these regulations, they left the motorcycle riders out. So that's really something we should never do. But over the period, again, the committee has observed, over the period, they realized that the sector has grown, and it is not only motorcycle riders now, there are three-wheeled riders, there are bicycles, and there are even pedestrians who actually have been involved, particularly in courier services. So that we then have left out a very huge aspect. And if you look at courier services, I don't think there's any that actually is doing more work, volume of work, than the motorcycle riders. And again, it has now been realized that it is actually now the most digitized sector. And because of that, they're being digitized. The Kenya Revenue Authority has actually received so much revenue, up to 15 billion in the year 24,000. People who bring an industry that brings that much revenue should never really be ignored or left out. So, Madam Speaker, having looked at those, then you look at the recommendations. I actually support the recommendations arising from the observations and even what we see ourselves. They've said that it is now the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Roads and Transport to revise the regulations. It goes without saying. If regulations leave out a major player in the industry, it needs to revise, and I support that wholeheartedly. And again, a very important recommendation that they have put in place, when they bring the regulations they revise them, they need to do an impact assessment on what they are proposing. Something that we often ignore when we are making policy changes. The impact it will have on the industry, the impact it will have even the traffic in town. So again, that is extremely important. And then when now we're talking a very digitized industry, then we must look at the issue of data protection. So again, it is important that if we get now them in the regulatory framework and we accept that they're digitized, then we must go for data protection that will protect of them, the people who are using it, the operators themselves. So that is extremely, because when you go into this digitized industry and you give your information, you give so much information, you are not even sure where it is reaching, what it will be used for. So I think that is actually very, very important. Then it is also important that there are a lot of these industries that actually are run from people from outside. It is important that they have local presence. It is possible in the digitized industry to actually run a whole industry without even an office in the country. I think that is something we must avoid. So that, with that, Madam Speaker, I support this report. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, I can see that there's no one who has pressed the intervention button. So, honorable member for Kwanza, you wanted to contribute? You may proceed then. Any member who wants to contribute, please press the intervention button.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And much as I haven't read so much the report on this, but given that this particular sector actually is one of the biggest sectors in the economy of this country. There's a huge population that actually are on this border issue. And therefore, I think also, as the last speaker has just spoken, we have to have at least headquarters for border so that be able to know just how much money we can be able to, how much revenue you can be able to get from this particular sector for the benefit of our country, and therefore for be able to have to recognize this particular sector so that it can be able to at least whoever is participating in it actually participate positively on the same thing. Secondly, given that it's a sector that actually gives the best services in this country, again, we should have the regulation that can be able to guard this particular sector, because as it is, Madam Speaker, border is just a hazard. Anybody, even you and me, can be border out there, can be from here, you can be able to do whatever they can do. But I think let's have at least this sector legalized so that whoever gets involved actually is actually registered. We know who is from where, so that can be able to stress, if there's anything else, you can trace the actor on the same thing. Because what happens is that border you have an accident that they have caused and they disappear. You can't even get them. And therefore, I think it's only good that to be able to, when somebody buys a motorcycle, whatever it is, he is actually registered, so that can be able to know exactly where he's operating from. And if anything happens, as it happens every other day, you can be able to trace this particular individual and be able to do whatever act, either for reward or whatever it is. So given that kind of thing, the Speaker, I think this is important that we actually register and legalize this particular operation, which is not. I've had a time to go to Pakistan, and Madam Speaker, in Pakistan, they are more than anybody else, because tukutuku, you see that one, plus motorcycles are all over the place, and they give a very good service. In fact, I think we should go to do benchmarking in Pakistan, to be able to know that this particular sector is one of the best sectors in that particular area. I think I didn't go to China, to India, but Pakistan, I think when I went there, I saw they are very organized. And when it comes to delivery of services, they are very good, and they are because they are registered. You trust somebody comes to you and is supposed to deliver maybe some parcels, whatever, or food, what have you, you will be able to give this particular person because he's actually registered. Here they are not. I want to be told whether they're registered or not, and that's one thing that, Madam Speaker, if we don't do that, then we are not actually developing our country. And therefore the economy will be at least, as somebody mentioned, will be actually be going a step up. The other thing is security for this particular one. And Madam Speaker, again, if we don't register these particular individuals operating in this sector, you will see a lot of things that are happening out there, particularly the insecurity and security, because some facts use them to do odd things which are not actually good. And therefore, I think the best thing, again, we do is to pass this particular report, confirm it, and have it actually have the people who are in that particular sector recognized and registered for security reasons. With those few remarks, I support this report.
The Honorable Member for Limuru, Honorable John Kiragu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like to support this petition by the Digital Board Drivers Association. It is a very important petition because it addresses very key issues that affect the riders. One, they are seeking legal recognition. We know that it is an industry that is thriving, but for unknown reason, they were omitted when we were recognizing the others who are in the same business. Madam Speaker, these people are the ones that used to deliver various items, including food deliveries. And one of the key things that comes out of this petition is that the transport network companies, there is a mix-up as whether these people are independent contractors providing this service or they are employees of these network companies. You will find that, and it is clear in the petition, that there are times when the riders are given pricing. Sometimes this pricing includes some discounts which the networks have already given the clients. And when they are providing this service, sometimes they wonder whether they are independent or they are employees. And if they are employees, then they should be protected as employees. Madam Speaker, this unfair treatment is one that the petitioners are asking for us to address. And Madam Speaker, the other problem that we have here is that these transport network companies, even if you wanted to reach out to them, they don't have local contacts. There is no telephone number or contact number where you can call locally. Madam Speaker, you are forced to call overseas if you have to complain. It's something that we have to look at because nobody should be doing a business here in this country if that entity is not registered here. Madam Speaker, they have called for various regulations in this petition, and I think it's important that we help them to make sure that the industry is properly regulated, that that recognition is provided, and above all, Madam Speaker, the people who are in this industry and they are using digital data, it's important that this data is protected, and particularly for those people who are providing that service. You can imagine sometimes when that data is given to your lads into people who are not lawful, it becomes a security problem for the people who are in this sector. Madam Speaker, I think we cannot ignore these petitioners. These are people who are already contributing to the economy of this country. They are all asking whether they are three-legged vehicles or two-legged. They are people who are actually providing the delivery or the transport service. So they should not be discriminated just because that they use other modes of transport that are not known as major transport vehicles. So, Madam Speaker, I support the recommendations that have been provided here, and the ministries that are referred, they should do their part so that we make sure that we relieve the pressure that is with this border drivers association. I support. Thank you.
Okay, the Honorable Member for Suba North, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do wish to support the motion, and Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief because I don't want to repeat what the other members have in regard to the importance of that sector in this society, especially now that we are having a lot of challenge of youth unemployment. Madam Speaker, it is actually very significant that we do recognize that sector. And Madam Speaker, the only thing I want to add is the fact that we must relook at our infrastructure. What happened? Sorry. We must relook at our infrastructure. And Madam Speaker, is that you do notice that every time we are constructing roads, we don't take into account the fact that we have riders, Madam Speaker. Yet this has become a very big reality in this country. So, Madam Speaker, one of the things that I'm hoping, I'd want to encourage Honorable Irene Mayaka with the nice energy that she has, if she can bring an amendment that obligates every contractor, or not even the contractor, it should actually be the ministry that when they are doing every road design, that there must be provision for people who are walking, and there must be provision for riders, Madam Speaker. If it's being done, even in countries next to us here. Ethiopia has been doing not very well, but now if you actually see what Ethiopia is doing, it is putting us to shame. And that's why I'm thinking beyond just seeing and appreciating how much employment that we have our young people involved in, Madam Speaker, we should also look and input on the issue of infrastructure. But the other issue that I'd want to say, Madam Speaker, is that I always look at the issue of mainstreaming gender in every sector. Let us not forget that when we are talking about mainstreaming women, for instance, in leadership, that we forget that in every sector we need to have representation of women. Madam Speaker, that's a very male-dominated sector. And I'm hoping that in near future that would change. Before I joined Parliament, I was actually doing a program advising the government in different sectors. I worked with 7 government ministries on a program called MAINAC, or Mainstreaming in Action, where we were mainstreaming issues of gender, of young people, persons with a disability in government programs. And Madam Speaker, based on that program nowadays, I'm so happy when I see a lot of women in construction, because when we started, there were no women in construction. Now you go to construction, there are women contractors, there are women who are also not just like contractors who are actually hiring work, but women who are doing the real work in construction. And because of the challenges that we are facing, let's not limit women to the nurturing and caring roles only, but let us make it expansive that women can also get in that sector. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Honorable members, allow me to recognize the presence of Kisii School from Nyaribari Chache constituency, Kisii County. On behalf of the Substantive Speaker, myself, and the members of Parliament, we welcome you to Parliament. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Tharaka, Honorable George Kitonga.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very important motion calling upon the House to adopt the report on this petition, which was presented to the House, committed to the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, and they have prepared a detailed report on how this petition is actually to be handled. The border sector is usually very restless, and sometimes they get concerned when they hear we are debating things in the House, and the mention of the word registration sends jitters down their spines on the basis that they think we are out to control, regulate them in a manner that will make them totally inoperational. I wish to confirm that what is before the House this afternoon is a report of our Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding this petition, which was brought here seeking that we legally recognize and protect the e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel. These are people who are actually in a forum where you are able to get in, order for one of these riders who will make a delivery to you or who will give transport services to you, including the famous Uber forum. So it is not anything new that should worry the border riders, but it should actually be held that we require a legislative framework where we can have a recognition and a protection of all those riders who get into this forum so as to do business. It goes without saying that border sector is one of the key sectors, one of the key economic sectors in the country today as we speak. They actually form a good percentage of our economic base in the country, and therefore from time to time we have to keep on thinking about them. Remember, even during our campaigns, we had a manifesto that had a chapter on such people who are at the bottom and who have to be uplifted. This is not lost because the government continues to put in place measures to ensure that those people who are down at the bottom now are gradually brought up so that we have an element of parity and equalization as the country moves towards development. So this is a very important motion. This is a very important report. Let us adopt the report given to us by the members so that we are able, from now henceforth, when the committee brings to us a bill to legalize and recognize these e-hailing riders, we do not have any problem with passing such kind of a law to protect these riders. And also we will continue examining the existing legislation that governs all the border sector in the country so that we continue to make it better, we continue to protect it. We do not have members of the public seeing it as if it is wayward, that it is a bit lawless, that it is not well organized. In fact, I always commend border sector riders in my constituency, Tharaka, because up to now, they have formed a circle, which is towards forming a bank, so that in future, if they are able to save well and attract more membership, they can establish a small-scale bank where they can make their lives better. And I'm being approached by other border riders from the rest of the Tharaka-Nithi County, so that I'm also able to assist them to come up with such a circle towards having a bank or a financial institution that will continue to empower these very important members of our community and this very important sector of our economy. With those remarks, I beg to support this particular motion.
The Honourable Member for Kitutu Church and North, Honourable Japheth Nyakundi. Then I'll come to you, Honourable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to
put a word on the motorcycle riders. But before then, allow me first of all to welcome the great school, the Kisii High School, to this august house. Being an alumni of Kisii High School, the school that nurtured me and mentored me to be who I am today, the best performing school in Kisii and Nyanza at large, I want to welcome Kisii High School to this august house. I also want to tell them that some of us, through that school, nurtured us to be what we are and to be leaders in this country. So I believe the students that are here today from Kisii High School, 1 or 2, 3 of you will also get an opportunity to be members of parliament, to be doctors, to be engineers, to be teachers, and to be people of substance in this country. So I want to welcome you. I want to wish you all the best. And as you go back home, on behalf of the people of Kisii and on behalf of the people of Kitutu Chache North, kindly go say hi to your people, say hi to your teachers, and say hi to the rugby team that is in the national stage right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
The Honorable Member for Imurud Dikir, Honorable Ngeno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me also to weigh in on this motion, which is measuring on a petition by the motorcycle riders. Madam Speaker, these motorcycle riders forms one of the vital organ in the transport system in this country. Madam Speaker, they are the biggest and the largest transporters in this country. Many people use the motorcycles. Many of us use the motorcycles even when we are doing our stuff down there. We normally engage them because they can easily access anywhere. They can transport anybody to any place without fear, without a problem, and they are not expensive. So, Madam Speaker, when such a motion, when such a petition is presented before this House, those of us who understand the importance of these motorcycle riders must ensure that we support it and also improve on the issues they have raised. Madam Speaker, the safety of these motorcycle riders is very vital. It's very important. You remember, Madam Speaker, sometimes they are called at night. Sometimes they take customers to dangerous places. It's important that when we fix these particular gadgets, Madam Speaker, it will allow them, or we can easily track them, or they can easily tell from the offices where, or their headquarters, where the motorcycle rider has taken the customer. Unlike right now, where somebody can just pick a motorcycle, do whatever they want to do, and nobody can track them, nobody can trace them where they are. So, Madam Speaker, this is important, especially for their safety. Secondly, Madam Speaker, also, on the same note of safety also for the theft, because some people have malice and sometimes they want to take advantage of these young men who are riding these motorcycles, take them and maybe in the end steal from them. So, Madam Speaker, I think once we ensure we put them in that bracket, just like Bolt and Ubers, Madam Speaker, we can ensure that the safety of the riders and at the same time the safety of the motorcycles will be assured. Remember also, Madam Speaker, that nowadays both male and female riders are engaged in this business, and sometimes it's very dangerous for our ladies to ride them. And once we also improve on this recommendation, Madam Speaker, so that we, apart from having that gadget of showing where you are, if you want to call it, we can also put trackers that can assist in tracing wherever these riders are, so that, and also have alarms, so that in case of any issue, the alarm can assist in tracing them and assisting them. Madam Speaker, we must also assist these young riders, because this organization has to be improved to have even a circle, a countrywide circle, so that if we can subdivide them into regions and or even counties, but we should improve on their business so that they can do legitimate business, they can do a serious business which it can earn them a living, and especially because most of the riders may not necessarily own the motorcycles they are riding, but they should also be having a percentage of whatever proceeds in those business they are engaged in. So, Madam Speaker, we also need to help these motorcycle riders as members of this House, because we normally engage them, and especially during our campaigns, we normally put them on the roads, we put them at risk, we put them at arm's length. And sometimes sometimes they end up, once our campaigns are over or our activities are over, they end up still on the same trend of poverty. So I want us to also improve on these issues so that we can have also a livelihood that can be assisting them. Madam Speaker, just like what my colleagues have said, there are some countries which have proper control of motorcycles. Like when I went to Rwanda sometimes around 5 years ago, motorcycle riders have their own truck. They don't use ordinarily the same truck with the motor vehicles. They also carry at least one passenger. And that is also for safety. So I think also we should introduce even rules that can also help.
You can finish your sentence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying that, sometimes due to the issues, of course, of economy in our country, sometimes you find a motorcycle rider carrying around 6 people. And of course, it is not because of their wishes, but because of the problems they have. So we will also need to control the number of customers they carry, at least to be 2 or even 1, so that it can be a controlled sector. And finally, Madam Speaker, finally, on the safety on the roads, most of these motorcycle riders are normally knocked out, sometimes by motor vehicles, sometimes by other accidents, or they are met with accidents. And it's very dangerous because most of them die, most of them also get injuries that are very expensive. And we must also put them on just like the motor vehicles, to have insurance cover that can cover both the rider and the motorcycle, so that whatever accidents they have, Madam Speaker, they are properly covered and they can be assisted. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Mogaka, who is he? Okay, he's not here. He had put up his hand. Okay, the Honorable Catherine Omayo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support fully our border riders to be safe, at the same time to be safeguarded, because they just learn sometimes how to ride at home without knowing traffic rules, without engaging further to understand that they carry a risk by not knowing or understanding the road rules. So if we license them and make sure that we have a data from Busia to Garissa, because I know nowadays border taxis are all over the country. If we do something to make sure that they know that they'll be marked and their license can be taken away if they are reckless on the road, it can help so much to reduce accidents. And that being said, also, they should be insured. Most of them are not insured and do not know that without insurance, even them, when they get an accident, they are going to lose and nothing can be compensated. So I like the motion, and I would love to see to it that we follow this and make sure that we get our borders well safeguarded. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Yatta, Honorable Robert Basil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to weigh into the motion to protect, recognize the alien border riders. Madam Speaker, this app-based riding is going to manage crime because most of the riders will be well registered. We'll be able to track them, Madam Speaker. That is one way to manage crime because most of the criminals are actually escaping using border, Madam Speaker. Another important reason why I support this motion is because of employment. If you look at most of the youth, today they are grappling with unemployment, Madam Speaker. The border riding is not only giving employment to the youth, but also the mechanics who are actually repairing the rides or the motorcycles. At the same time, those who are selling spare parts. So it's important to understand that this is a sector that is contributing greatly to this economy, Madam Speaker. Another good reason why I support this particular motion is because it is border riding is affordable and giving very fast transport, Madam Speaker. If you look at most of the rural areas, they are only being accessed by the motorcycles, particularly while understanding that the majority of the people who are working from the remote areas need to access their workplaces on time. The only easy, affordable, and fast movement or ways of transport is the motorcycle, Madam Speaker. Another simple reason why I support this particular petition to recognize and protect motorcycle is because they boost small businesses, Madam Speaker. If you look at the trend in terms of goods and services, the easy way to be able to boost the small businesses, the mama boggers and other people in the informal sector, they all ride on motorcycles as the most easy and accessible means of transport, Madam Speaker. Another good reason why I also find important to support this motion is because if you look at the rural areas, the roads are in pathetic conditions. Most of the movable assets, like vehicles, cannot move from point A to point B. And the only option left for transport is the motorcycle, Madam Speaker. That is why this particular motion comes in handy to be able to support transport of goods and services in the rural areas. Now, when it comes to revenue generation, this country needs money to be able to generate enough revenue to support both recurrent expenditures and development, and motorcycles being affordable and being majority of what we have as means of transport, particularly for the informal sector. Government is able to collect taxes, Mr. Speaker, is also able to sell fuel. Remember, if you look at the quantity or in terms of the number of motorcycles in the country, there are so many. So the fuel they consume can get to a substantial amount of fuel, which is going to generate revenue for this country, Mr. Speaker. I also want to implore on the reason, on one of the very important recommendations that could be anked or that could be integrated in this report, is to ensure that the riders are well trained. We need to impart them with proper training on issues with the traffic rules, and also ensure that they observe the rules. At the same time, ensure they have safety gears so as to minimize accidents that are associated with the motorcycles. When it comes to the chaos, where majority of people will find motorcycles crowding our cities, we need to ensure when we are making roads or constructing roads, we factor trucks to be used by the riders. And this is going to ensure we get to the level other countries have got to. Most of the first world, where you find they have trucks purely to be used by the motorcycles. Again, finally, Mr. Speaker, we are in a technology world. So if you talk of app-based use or registration of motorcycle, then we are going to align our country with what we refer as the exponential age. That is the technology age. And that is going to support what even the government is doing on Wi-Fi's. We have seen the Wi-Fi spots, etc.
Honorable Basil, you want how many more minutes to conclude? 2 minutes. Give him the mic.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to emphasize on the point to do with the technology world. If you look at now, our country is talking of digital superhighways, the Wi-Fi hotspots. These hotspots can only be meant to proper use, not only for those who are doing online writing, etc., but also when you want to talk of border riders, where anyone can seek the use of motorcycle through the app-based system. So recognizing the border riders and more so those who are, and that is the app-based riding, is going to support the government agenda on the digital superhighway, which is also going to put us on the same path in terms of technology with the rest of the world. We have seen what Ubers are doing, the Uber rider, how they are boosting the economy, and also how they are generating employment to so many young people who are looking for employment. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support and I submit. Thank you.
The Honorable Stephen Mugaka, Senior Council MP for West Mugirango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity. And may I, ex post facto, recognize and welcome the students of Kisii High School to this house, the 13th Parliament, and wish them Jenny Mercies on behalf of you, Mr. Speaker, and the entire House. Kisii High School is one of the premier schools in that region, and only my Kebirigo Boys High School competes with them. Kebirigo Boys, I was launching the bursaries there yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and the number of A's they posted are enviable, and I will be inviting the principal, Mr. Clement Nyangaya, to bring these students here. If you can permit me, Mr. Speaker, to also then contribute on the motion. I support this motion about promoting the border or the motorbike industry in this republic. Mr. Speaker, if there is one informal employer that has made money get into pockets of young persons, it is the border sector. I do not know what we would be doing with our army of youth if majority of them were not engaged in border sector. And in my constituency, using the bursary, I will this year be financing scholarships for border riders to ensure that they ride safely and they have basic first aid skills for their passengers, as well as some basic auto repair skills, so that when they are riding on the roads, they are able to self-help. Mr. Speaker, you know that border is perhaps the only mode of transport that takes a passenger from door to door. And in terms of convenience, therefore, the border sector is the most convenient. When I go around my constituency, Mr. Speaker, whether it is at Miruka stage, whether it's at Metobo, Egesieli, Nyamaya, Nyamira stage, Konate, Sironga, Mubamba, Masobe, Tijapara, and even Kebirigo stages, you see a swarm of border riders ready to onboard any passenger to any destination, and they are also very, very affordable. Mr. Speaker, in one of my visits to China, I noticed that the Chinese have upped their border industry, so that rather than being petrol propelled, their borders are solar propelled, therefore making them very environmentally friendly, very cost efficient, and more cost friendly to the users. Mr. Speaker, with our CPC program and the reality now that Boda Boda is with us, it would be important that the Education Committee considers including in our curriculum basic training for our children on Boda Boda riding, Boda Boda management, Boda Boda repairs, so that some of these students or pupils can be using their Boda Bodas to come to school and back, which will be extremely convenient. And above all, Mr. Speaker, we need to also then introduce a scheme in this country of how to equip those who want to own Boda Bodas to achieve their dream. We need to consider what the African retail traders were doing, doing hire purchase for furniture, for virtually everything. How I wish that we came up with a plan akin to the African retail traders model, where somebody can go and pick up their Boda Boda on hire purchase. Because the Shylocks and financiers in this country have ripped off those who want to take commercial loans to buy these Boda Bodas. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support and thank you extremely well for giving me the chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chair, Departmental Committee in charge of Administration and Internal Security, the Honorable Dido Raso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for indulging me. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this very important motion. Honorable Speaker, they say that what you experience every day becomes part of your culture. And the Boda Bodas are becoming part of our culture. Every out of 10 riders on the Kenyan road, 7 are being ferried by Boda Boda. It is affordable, it is easily accessible, and it can access any points that you want to reach or arrive at. Honorable Speaker, the motorcycle has become a major part of the Kenyan economy and also transport lift. Over the years, I think as young men and women in this house, the Boda Boda used to be owned by a senior teacher, an education officer, or the richest guy who is in the neighborhood. But it has now become the tool of choice. It is basically available across the street, across the village. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why the Boda Boda has become the transport of choice, when you drive around Kenya, the next transport which you must see is a Boda Boda. And for that reason, this particular motion, the intent is important. The reason why it has come out at this time is timely. And going forward, it forms a body of important things that we as legislators, we must do. What is required of Boda Bodas is the issue of order. In the olden days, the reason why it is used to be said, matatu ni matata, it was a transport that was a necessary evil. It is associated with noise, disorderliness, breaking traffic rules, and all that. One honorable colleague talked about Rwanda. Actually, when you go to Rwanda, is when you see orderliness, reduces accidents, reduces so many things that are unnecessary nuisance to the society. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of safety. When you visit our hospitals today, and the chair of health will agree with me, every second patient is a boda rider or a passenger on a boda with head injuries, with fractured bones. So many serious injuries have come about as a result of this boda, the laws not being there, or that order, calling them to order, is not there. This is now where we must call a spade, that we must have something in place to safeguard the society's well-being and also the health and wealth. Because taking one head injury patient to hospital in India will require something to the tune of 4 or 5 million shillings, which is not affordable to the majority. And the majority will die and they decay in their villages. The issue of pollution and climate change. Finally, Honorable Speaker, if you consider the number of bodas we have, the idea of local manufacturing is important, where we must have bodas that are suitable to our environment, our terrain, and all things that are associated with even carrying capacity, so that it becomes
You need more minutes? Yeah, give him 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Remember, you must be at a time. I see some members concerned, but these are not ordinary bodas. These are bodas used for e-hailing services. Those bodas you use to deliver drugs, you deliver food like through Glovo, Uber Eats. You remember steers then. What are the safety regulations we need around them? Whether they could be entrapped and killed, whether they could also mess up what they are delivering. This is what we are talking about. So you have 3 more minutes beginning when I've made my last statement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I want to say about local manufacturing. If you look at what the bodas do, basically it is transport of choice. People used to it to convey food, drugs. Sometimes it almost acts as hauliers. And if in local manufacturing, we design it to such a way that it meets the needs of the society today. It meets what are the needs? That I want to carry a package of maybe 20 kgs that may not be carried on an ordinary motorcycle. Then what we are saying, let us design to meet the needs of the time. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of pollution and climate change, honorable colleagues have talked about it, but today, most of the industrialized world are going electrical. Very few are using motorcycles or even cars that are petrol-propelled or diesel. In our environment today, we are likely to be most affected by climate change. And if we are going to design motorcycles that are propelled by solar, by gas, by renewable energy sources, then it means we are protecting our environment. Honorable Speaker, finally, it is the issue of license and insurance. The motorcycle riders, it must be made compulsory for them to have licenses and insurance, because either they are going to carry valuable goods for customers or individuals are going to get injured as a result of that. So for that reason, I think this particular motion proposes very progressive law that must be enacted to meet the demand of our time. With those remarks, I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, MP for Suba South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to this particular petition and motion. Honorable Speaker, what we are discussing is an element of what is called the gig economy, where individuals on a freelance basis or as a side hustle engage in certain activities. They're actually not very formal employment in the normal sense. So it is a very important sector in modern economy, the gig economy. And most of the border or the hailing riders fall in these categories of freelance or side hustle in the economic activities that they undertake. Let me acknowledge that this is a very good effort, and I congratulate Honorable TJ Kajwang for bringing this matter to the attention of the House. This is the sector that employs a lot of young people, particularly university students and college students. Actually, in the Western world, it is one of those areas that offers opportunities for students to even pay fees or be able to support themselves in terms of accommodation and food. But there are very many challenges. Until recently, in the UK, there was a big debate because the technology companies do not want to recognize these freelancers or side hustlers as employees. They were being, or workers, the term is actually workers, they were being looked at as contractors. Because with a contractor, you don't have the obligation for employment rights. They are not even unionizable. They cannot form a union. They cannot collectively bargain for their benefits, minimum wages, the levels of compensation, even articulate the health-related issues. You know, when you're riding a motorcycle, there are very serious health concerns that an employer should pay attention to. The kits that you wear, the health insurance that you have, emergency attendance in case of an accident, and all those other issues. And many of them have been treated rather badly because you have access to this technology provided by a technology company, but which you don't have control over. The relationship is so skewed that they can actually be deactivated at will, without recourse, without notification, and it has been a very difficult time for many of them. But in the Western world, these issues are being discussed, and courts have intervened, and national legislatures have also intervened. I think this sector is going to expand. Today, most of the delivery is done by motorbikes, but the future is going to be drones. Food delivery very shortly, and a lot of other things will be delivered by drones. Now, the challenge there will be exactly the same. Individuals could be able to buy their own drones, but they will not have the technology to coordinate the movement and the circulation of those drones. So there will still be these technology companies being the keystone in that kind of food chain. So again, we need to pay attention and see that these technology companies apply the same standards in Kenya as they do in their mother countries. I think we should insist on that. So that if Uber in Kenya is not treating the workers the same way as they do in England, then that is a no-no. We should not accept that. Because there is no difference between a university student in University of Nairobi and that one at Oxford riding a bicycle or riding a motorbike or operating a drone to deliver food. I think we need to insist on universal application of the same standards. And we need to make a lot of effort to allow local companies also to thrive in this sector. I think all the local companies that tried to develop similar technology have been frustrated. I don't know whether it is by the telco companies or it is whatever the reason is. But at some point, there was local content in this delivery sector. Today, most of them, I think, tend to be foreign. I think as a legislature, we need to figure out how to have a legal framework that facilitates local companies also to enter this economic space and thrive. There are usual security issues associated with this kind of business, and many people have had problems with some of these delivery companies. But most importantly, I think the legislative framework that we
Adam, you need a minute or two? Give him 1 minute.
Yeah, I think most importantly, if you look at the caliber, the category of people engaged in this gig economy, the young people, the legal framework we propose should exempt them from income tax. I think what we should have is corporate tax on the technology companies. Because if we treat them as workers, they will qualify for a minimum wage. Yeah. And the minimum wage, in this country is not taxed. So I think the legal framework should give that incentive, because most of them will turn out to be students, unemployed youths, or young people. I think we should give them a lot of tax incentives. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Kasim Tandasa, the MP for Matuga.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii. Kwanza niweze kuwapongeza wale ambao walikaa na kuja na mswada huu wa malalamiko ambao ukiangalia ni kweli unaona kwamba wale ambao wanafanya shughuli hii ya bodaboda kupitia mtandao wanadhulumiwa, hasa na wale wenye mitandao. Ukiangalia yale masuala ambao wameweza kuyaorodhesha hapa kwamba wanafanya kazi kupitia mtandao ambao hauko Kenya, mtandao ambao hawana umiliki, mtandao ambao wanaamua wenye mtandao ni pesa ngapi wataweza kuchukua kwa hawa wenye hizi bodaboda, licha ya kwamba mwenye bodaboda ameinunua, ameikopa, anatakikana alipe deni, anaisimamia kama imeharibika bila msaada wowote kwa wenye mitandao, na ili hali wanachukua fedha vile wanavyotaka wao, ambapo serikali haina mpaka sasa mfumo wowote wa kuweza kuwajumuisha hawa wenye mtandao na wale ambao wanafanya hii biashara. Ni jukumu la bunge kama tulivyo sasa kuona kwamba tunaweza kuweka sheria, kuweka kanuni kama wanavyoomba kwamba tuweze kuchukua hatua hiyo ili tuwalinde. Tukumbuke kwamba sisi kama wabunge, sisi kama serikali, jukumu letu ni kuwatetea wananchi wetu, ni wakutetea vijana wetu ambao wanajishughulisha na biashara na shughuli halali. Sio kutetea wale wenye mitandao mabwenyenye walioko huko nje. Ningeongezea kwamba wakati umefika ambapo sisi kama bunge tungeweza kutengeneza sheria na miundo msingi ya kuona kwamba wale wenye hii mitandao wanapitia kanuni na sheria ambazo tumeziweka, ambazo kupitia huu mswada ni kwamba mpaka sasa wizara inayohusika haija kufanya hivyo. Hili ni jambo la kuhuzunisha na tuwezi kukubali. Itakuwa ni dhulma ikiwa sisi bunge pia tutaendelea kuacha wizara husika bila kuwapatia mwelekeo ya kuona kwamba watu wetu wanaweza kulindwa. Wamesema katika yale ambayo analalamikia hapa kwamba wenye mitandao wanaweza kuamua bila sababu yoyote kuwatoa kwenye mtandao, na ili hali wakati wakijiweka kule mtandao huwa wamejua kwamba wamepata riziki, wana njia ambao wanajua watapata ajira kupitia huo mtandao. Lakini wizara husika na hata bunge hatujafikiria ni namna gani ambao tungeweza kuweka sheria ama kuweka kanuni ili jambo kama hili lisiweze kutokea. Huu mswada umefika kwa wakati wake, na ni wakati wetu sisi kuchukua hatua, kuchukua nafasi yetu kama vile ambavyo sheria, kanuni ya katiba ilivyotupatia kwamba tunaweza kutengeneza sheria ya kutetea watu wetu na kuona kwamba hawadhulumiwi vile ambavyo wanadhulumiwa. Kuna vitu ambavyo pia wameweza kuzungumza ambazo ni jukumu la serikali za ugatuzi kama vile walivyosema kwamba mpaka sasa barabara zetu hazitambui kwamba kuna watu ambao wanafanya biashara ya halali kupitia njia za bodaboda. Katika mabaraza hakuna sehemu zozote ambazo zimeweza kutengwa, hususan kama vile ukiangalia taxi zingine hizi za magari ya kawaida, utafika mahali uambiwe hapa ni taxi peke yake ambazo zinaruhusiwa kuegesha hapa. Lakini ukija katika sekta hii ya bodaboda hakuna mahali kama hapa. Ikiwa kutakuwa na sheria na kanuni, sio ni kwa nini wasiweze kufanya biashara zao wakati wamesajiliwa mpaka zile sehemu zingine ambazo zinatoa fedha nyingi. Kwa mfano, utakuta katika viwanja vyetu vyote vya ndege hapa nchini, ilani iliyoko ni kwamba bodaboda hawaruhusiwi kupita hapa, na ili hali wana jukumu muhimu, wanaweza kutoa huduma za haraka ambazo gari ya kawaida haiwezi, zinaweza kutoa huduma ambazo ni za nafuu hata kwa wale wafanyaji kazi ambao katika sehemu kama hizi. Lakini sheria zetu zilizoko sasa ni kwamba hawaruhusiwi kuingia sehemu zingine, ni kama wanabaguliwa. Na
This motion, how many minutes? Oh, it's 5, only 5. Oh, give him, you need how many more?
One, if there is anybody else who will still want to contribute,
I'll give you 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kuweza kunitunuku hizo dakika 2. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa ninasisitiza kwamba mara nyingi hata sisi ambao tuko bungeni husahau kwamba kuna watu ambao wana zile biashara za chini. Uwezo wao sio ule wa taxi za kawaida, uwezo wao sio ule wa mabasi za kawaida, lakini yale majukumu ambayo yanatekeleza ni majukumu muhimu, na kile kipato ambacho wanakipata ni kipato halali, kinawasimamia, kinaweza kuwasaidia, na kina sehemu kubwa ya kuleta uchumi, kuongeza uchumi katika nchi hii yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo mswada huu ni wa kuungwa mkono, na kamati husika iweze kuleta hizo kanuni na tuweze kuzipitisha ili waweze kufanya biashara zao wakiwa wanatambulika na kunufaika kama wengineo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tandaza. Do I take it that there is no further interest in the motion? Because we had requested that whoever wants to contribute to this motion should go to intervention, and I'm seeing none. The Honorable Paul Biego, you want to contribute to this? Please proceed. Do you have any other contribution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My mic was on. I don't know why I did not hear you say we press the intervention button, but thank you for giving me this opportunity. I actually rise to in support of this particular motion, and I thank the Honorable Kajwang for it. And as we've also read the resolutions from the Committee of Transport, and I think I'm really very happy in what I have read about the recommendations. However, Mr. Speaker, I know that this motion actually is a call for legal redress and legal recognition and protection for the motorcycle riders and delivery personnel and e-hailing platforms, as you had just told us, such as the Uber, Bolt, Glovo, and their respective food delivery services. While these technological advancements have created new opportunities, Mr. Speaker, for the riders, they've also introduced critical challenges, including exploitation and exposure to harsh working conditions. Therefore, I'm in support of a legal framework because the riders are treated as independent contractors but are subjected to conditions that give tech companies excessive control without the basic employment rights that should accompany those controls. So with the framework, I think it will do us good because the riders experience challenges such as unfair pricing formulas, lopsided contracts, and the arbitrary deactivation of accounts by, of course, the transport network companies TNCs. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, riders are a vital part of this transport sector, and without legal protections, they will continue to face a lot of exploitation. And that is why I'm actually in support. And I know that the association had urged county government, especially county government of Nairobi, to establish safe parking and waiting areas for riders and collaborate with welfare organizations to safeguard their interests. The petitioners also had demanded that this House, Parliament, we pass legislation recognizing digital riders and as a unique subsector within the transport industry with appropriate legal protections. So, Mr. Speaker, I actually rise to support this motion so that at least the riders are not forced to work under unsafe conditions with no benefits. And we are aware of how how the riders suffer. They endure long hours that barely guarantee a living wage. Sometimes they work for the whole day, and in return they get very, very little for the job. So I would be in support. And of course, we should actually treat it as urgent so that the implementation of one of the recommendations that to enhance the safety of drivers by the National Transport and Safety Authority should be implemented. What I really liked about this recommendation is that they are proposing to establish a 24-hour emergency response system to at least ensure swift response to emergency and security situations. So that I am in agreement because many riders have suffered, whereas in vehicles, when in the unlikely event they get accidents, at least there is a board to protect the mabatis, to protect the passengers. But in the riders, the first casualty is you yourself because you're the board and you're the mabati and you're everything. So it's important for us to take care of the riders. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
The Chair, Departmental Committee on Health, the Honorable Dr. James Nyikali, you want to contribute to this? Yeah, thank you. The Honorable Martin Owino, MP from Dewa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My appreciation for the time as well. I want to say I support this and I congratulate my friend TJ Kajwang and the team. Mr. Speaker, this is long overdue. And I agree, these things will come in many forms. Some are tricycles, some are bike, and some e-bikes and all this. I think reviewing the regulation to incorporate them, I think that's a good thing to do. The Speaker, digital economy is global, and we are not exception. But as it stands now, our local people are disadvantaged in many ways. They plug into it, they don't know what it says, just pick here, drop here, and you don't know how much is being regulated here. We say it is 16 billion now, but we don't know how much goes to foreign land and how much are in our country. We have no capacity to bring this to a countable system. I think that is a lacuna right there that should be looked into. We may be generating a lot of money, and our people are given peanuts, and the rest are just going haywire. The other thing which is very important here is the safety of operation and standards. Mr. Speaker, some of these people drop food. Food is a very sensitive issue. How would you know that it is collected right here and delivered there as a poison? How would you know if we don't have the capacity to regulate this industry. And we don't even know whether they have handler certificates. So this is it's a very sensitive point. As for drones, as I think Karoli puts it, we have drones taking bloods and dropping, but that is well regulated. In fact, to have a drone in this country, you have to go through a thorough training and licensing, which we are not doing to these people. I think also that for any foreign company, this is in law, even if it is being reviewed, this is in law. You have to have your presence here, physically, and telephone contacts. Otherwise, some people have been fleeced a lot just using emails. And you look for an office, they say they don't have it. So again, we will incorporate those who regulate companies to make sure they have an inventory of these people and we know where they are. So should anything happen, then they can be contacted immediately. Mr. Speaker, how do we designate drop-off and pickups? I think this is, has been also alluded to Tandaza there. If you go to the Western country and another developing country like us, which have organized this industry, there are separate lanes dedicated to them, and where they can drop whatever they have, whether they're people or deliveries, and they are recognized as an important instrument of economy building. They are not just those are just sideways employees doing their own thing. No, they are part and parcel of our economy. So designating and authorizing them to enter into all these busy airports and all that is paramount. For example, one day I was late there was traffic jam, I couldn't reach the airport. I had to look for a rider to come and take me there. And you reach there, you cannot go beyond this point. It does make sense, and a very, very dirty matter to pass through with other people. I think we are doing a lot of injustice. But in all, I think this is a good petition. I think we need to step it up to make it, to have some strong regulations from it so that this industry can be properly regularized and our people can be properly employed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, being agreed and there being no more interests from members to contribute any further, I now call the mover, the Honourable Tom Joseph Francis Kajwang, to reply.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. I am overwhelmed by the compliments. I take them proudly on behalf of the Committee on Transport, which I'm just a simple member, but I will take those compliments to the chair. As you know, in the new constitution, when you receive anything in public, you must take it to the designated office. So I will take those compliments to the chair of that department. Mr. Speaker, it put in context, this issue came as a result of public petition. Just like a few hours ago, we have had a lot of excited information from the gates where members from the medical industry are asserting their rights and are asking for certain things to be done. And we have just seen the chair, the able chair of the of the health committee receiving those petitions. It is a manifestation of how this parliament can do things to solve the issues that are concerning the citizens of this nation. It is operationalization of Article 119 of the Constitution. It is an opening which hitherto was not there in the previous Constitution, that someone can come from home and come and say that this is the issue that is concerning me. You legislators, can you frame this in some workable way to be able to draw a legislation or to be able to insist on that the administrative officers are able to do this or that. And so I think the real compliments to the whole House that we are up to our task to be able to help people do get service delivery as legislators. The last one that I want to say is that I thank everyone who has contributed. We have had wonderful insights that we didn't have when we were considering this petition. I have had very relevant submissions from the member for Suba South, for example. I've had responses, very elaborate, from Honorable Tandai. I have heard the story of Tharaka, the e-hailers in Tharaka. I am impressed that there is e-hailers even in Tharaka township. So you see, this is germinating our economy. And if you see, it is a 16 billion economy. That could be to the exchequer. But now, can we now roll back and see how much money goes to the pockets of our people? It is giving out so much money. Could this money be going to foreign companies and entities supporting other nations and private entities? To what extent is it able to put, if we say that young people are in this industry, how is it that we can support these people to get as much as they could to lighten our wage burden and employment burden? So I think that we take this very positively. The orders as crafted in the petition is to be done within 60 days from the date of approval of this motion. So if, Mr. Speaker, you put the question today, 60 days we expect these government officers to have come back to us implementing everything that we have said. And we are going to follow them up. We are not going to wait for the implementation committee. As a committee, we are going to follow them up that these issues are implemented according to the resolution of the House. And lastly, I want to commend the Speaker's office, including the Clerk's office, for allowing us the opportunity and the facilities for working around this document. And I want to request the Clerk that when a vote is taken, and especially if the vote is a positive vote, I ask the Clerk to take all the Hansard, because these are members who are out there. Can they be served with the Hansard to show them how members really participated and help them do what they are supposed to do? I regret that they are not in the House, but probably it was difficult to bring them in the House when this debate was going. But they should have the Hansard, and they should also have the certificate of the resolution of this House, so that they know that the House was responsive to them and that reacted to them positively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving us this opportunity, and I want to give very positive facilitations for everyone. I thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable TJ Kajwang, and thank you for stepping up for your committee whenever the duty calls. Next order. Oh, sorry, before the next order, for the convenience of the House, the question to this particular motion will be put the next time it will be put on the order paper for the House's consideration by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 12, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2025, second reading.
Again, members, for the convenience of the House, and considering the weight of this particular motion, it will be stepped down to the future date when it will be next scheduled by the House Business Committee for the House's consideration. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, state of security in 6 counties of North Rift, being Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, West Pokot, Sabulu, and Laikipia.
the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the inquiry into the state of security in 6 counties of North Rift, of Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, West Pokot, Samburu, and Laikipia, declared as disturbed, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 13th August 2024. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I wish to thank the Speaker of the National Assembly and also the Clerk of the National Assembly, who have been gracious, magnanimous, to have facilitated the seamless conduct of the committee to all these disturbed areas, to the extent that would be taken on a helicopter, on fixed wing, and also on ground transport to reach whatever destination we had desired to go, to come out with a comprehensive study of what is ailing this region in terms of security. Honorable Speaker, we must also thank the Regional Commissioner of Rift Valley, the county commissioners, and the DCCs of the different areas that we visited, who gave us unfettered access and briefs, to the extent that they were candid with us, with challenges, and what were some of the suggested solutions to what was ailing their particular areas. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that Kenyans, wherever they live in this republic, desire to live in peace and seek development. But in this region, and in particular in the North Rift, while many Kenyans in many parts of the country are up in arms seeking development, in this particular region, people are only pleading with their government to allow them to live in peace, which is such a serious contradiction, that one side people are seeking for peace, and in another area people are seeking for development. Honorable Speaker, insecurity situation in 6 counties of the North Rift region of Kenya, namely Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, West Pokot, Samburu, and Laikipia, has been a pressing concern for many years. The situation is characterized by criminal activities in the form of banditry, cattle rustling, and internal communal conflicts. The situation not only threatens the safety and stability of the region, but also have broader implications on national security. Honorable Speaker, in February 2023, the then Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, the Honorable Professor Kindiki, declared the prevailing security situation in part of the 6 counties of the North Rift as a national emergency. Accordingly, the Cabinet Secretary, through a Kenya Gazette notice dated 23rd February 2023, declared certain specific areas in Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, West Pokot, Turkana, Samburu, and Laikipia counties as disturbed and dangerous, where people were not living in peace, or people have been evicted from their homes by armed gangs. To further enhance the security situation, a police-led security operation supported by the Kenya Defense Forces, dubbed Operation Malisa Uhalifu in the North Rift, was ordered in February 2023 in the 6 counties, in line with Article 241(3)(b) of our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, In fulfillment of its mandate and in recognition of the urgent need to address banditry as a national security concern, the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security resolved to undertake an inquiry into the security situation in this particular region. The inquiry was conducted between August 2023 to April 2024. The committee commenced its inquiry by meeting with the Rift Valley Regional Commissioner and the Cabinet Secretary for Interior for an overview of the security situation. Subsequently, the committee conducted a fact-finding visit to the region. Honorable Speaker, we start with Samburu. The epicenter of insecurity affecting Samburu is from the constituency of Tiaty, and in particular, Tiaty East. The security challenges stem from disputes over land, water, pasture, and territorial dispute resulting in violence, displacement of villages, loss of lives, and livestock raids. Samburu County has an expansive landscape encompassing diverse terrain ranging from highlands to low-lying plains, as well as escarpments and gorges. The rugged and underdeveloped areas often serve as hiding spots for bandits. The lack of adequate security presence, marginalization, impassable terrain worsens the situation, allowing bandits to operate with impunity. The violence resulted in a high number of casualties, including civilians, security forces, and livestock. Communities in affected areas like Suguta Valley, Losuk, Poro, and Angata Nanyuki wards have suffered greatly. It has also created boundary dispute between Samburu and Tiaty, aimed at expanding territory, and has been used as a pretext for ongoing violence and tensions, and formed up units are not strategically placed. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of Samburu, the committee recommended as follows: the government should evict the illegal settlers from Samburu West and Malaso Valley, increase security presence and enhance coordination among law enforcement, establishment of community-led initiative aimed at promoting peaceful coexistence and sustainable resource management practices. We should establish, there is also need to establish a new sub-county within Samburu Central to address security gaps in underserved areas of Samburu County and bordering areas of Tiaty, Turkana East, and Turkana South. There's also a need for increased investment in infrastructure development, including road networks and communication system. Honorable Speaker, it is also identified the use of national government constituency funds for the constituency of Tiaty to use to construct roads in the area of Samburu side, where these funds appear to be used to expand the existing territory. On Samburu, the final recommendation is the National Cohesion and Integration Commission should initiate dialogue and negotiation between the warring communities. There's need to relook into the way the formed up agencies are placed. In this particular case, the committee observed that where the conflict is taking place and where these units are located, they are unlikely to react to incidences when they happen. And for that reason, the committee saw it fit that there must be a quick redeployment of those forces so that quick response is achieved. Honorable Speaker, in Turkana County, the county of Turkana faces security threats both internally and externally. External boundary dispute between Kenya and South Sudan at Nandapal and Nakodok. Turkana also shares international border with the countries of Uganda, South Sudan, and Ethiopia. The county is also affected by insecurity in Turkana North at Kibish and Tondonyang by Dasanaj from Ethiopia. Loima County is also affected by attacks from Uganda bandits along Karamoja border with Kenya. The county is also affected by insecurity in Turkana North. Loima sub-county, that is, I want to say again, that Loima sub-county is affected by attacks by bandits from the Karamoja region of Uganda. Turkana East and Turkana South are the most vulnerable areas in the county that are normally attacked from West Pokot, Baringo, specifically Tiati East, and sometimes Samburu County. Most affected areas by raids and attacks include Kapedo, Lomelo, Napoitom, Riet, Kamuge, Lokoamosing, Lopi, Nakuikulas, Lochakula, and Kojodin locations. Bandits are believed to reside in caves in several hills within Nadome, Silale, Tiati Hills, Lomatong, and Napeitom. Lack of government presence and social amenities, low number of police officers, lack of alternative sources of livelihood, and overlapping administrative units have fueled the banditry activities. Committee recommendation. There's need for resettlement of people and establishment of military camps in all disputed areas in the Ilemi Triangle area. Establishment of military camps along our borders with Uganda, South Sudan, and Ethiopia. And formation of water and pasture sharing community by these pastoralist communities. There's also need to recruit adequate numbers of NPRs, National Police Reservists, to augment the strength of the National Police Service. Operationalization of Suguta, Aro, Lokorima sub-counties, Katila and Kochoden divisions, and other gazetted administrative units. The road from Chemolingot to Lokori and Namosing needs upgrading. Kenya, South Sudan government to resolve the contested boundary that stretches 11 kilometers from Nandapal to Nakodok. There's also need for reaffirmation of international boundaries by Kenya International Boundaries Organization, Kenya, Uganda, and Kenya, South Sudan. Honorable Speaker, in West Pokot, the conflict and disruption of livelihood led to the closure of schools such as Chesegon Primary School and Cheptulel Primary Schools, as well as the closure of amenities like Arpolo Health Center. Some of the causes of the conflict were scarce resources, commercialization of cattle rustling, the availability of illegal firearms, and boundary dispute along the West Pokot and Turkana border. The establishment of GSU camp at Laminyeusi and the development of KDF at Kainuk have had positive impact on the security of West Pokot. The incitement by political leaders through inflammatory statements, mobilization and funding of banditry activities for political expediency has exacerbated the situation. Honorable Speaker, the committee recommended as follows. Disarmament exercises should be conducted to mop up illegal firearms from civilians in the affected communities of Cheptulel and Chepkorgok. Establish community-based patch management committees, construction of security road, and maintain security roads in Cheptulel and Mosop locations along the Elgeyo-Marakwet-West Pokot border. And to reopen the Chepsegon market to facilitate trade. Honorable Speaker, on Elgeyo-Marakwet County, the insecurity in Elgeyo-Marakwet is primarily concentrated in the Kerio Valley, which lies at the border of Elgeyo-Marakwet, Baringo, and West Pokot counties and involves the Marakwet and Pokot communities. High levels of illiteracy and poverty, marginalization, the impact of climate change, proliferation of illegal firearms, and the lack of enforcement by security officers has led to increased insecurity in the region. Honorable Speaker, we recommend as a committee as follows. Intelligence-based disarmament exercise to be carried out. Police stations along Kerio River border, construction and improvement of roads infrastructure, particularly those leading to the Kerio River. The construction of a 95-kilometer road from Chepkundul to Kerio River, an alternative source of livelihood of the people, will reduce insecurity incidences. Honorable Speaker, Baringo County. Baringo North and Baringo sub-counties bear the brunt of violent armed conflict, resulting in widespread displacement of communities, disruption of education within and closure of multiple schools, destruction of property, and loss of both lives and livelihood. Schools such as Arabal, Kapindasum, Kagir, Yatia, Rondinin, Karimo, Akorea, Moinoni, Chepkwel, Ngaratuko, Kosile, and Chemorongion primary schools. All these schools have been affected by banditry. The schools have been closed, and communities have been forced to flee those areas. Security incidences in Baringo County primarily involve internal incursions within the county, with bandits suspected to originate from Tiati East and Tiati West sub-counties, launching continuous attacks targeting Tugen and Ilchamus communities. The illiteracy level in Tiati, particularly in Tiati East, underdevelopment and lack of governance and political incitement have been found to contribute to the continuous and undeterred conflict. The committee recommend as follows. Community-based initiatives should be implemented to enhance cooperation between security agencies and local communities. The national and county government should improve the road network and communication infrastructure in Baringo County. The national government, through the relevant ministries, should invest in deliberate affirmative action in Tiati constituency, in education, infrastructure, and programs to address the high literacy rates and poverty and other areas of Baringo County. Honorable Speaker, in Laikipia, the hotspots of the conflict have been concentrated in specific sub-counties, notably Kirima sub-county along the border with Tiati East sub-county and Laikipia North sub-county in areas bordering Samburu East sub-county and Isiolo County. The hotspots of the conflict have been concentrated The host spots have been concentrated in the area of Mukogodo Forest Reserve, a crucial livelihood resource for the indigenous Mukogodo people is facing imminent degradation. Illegal herders from the neighboring county of Isiolo and Samburu East are encroaching into the reserve, exhibiting lack of regard for conservation of the forest ecosystem. Honorable Speaker, on this particular case, Mukogodo is a community forest reserve that is inhabited by people such as the Yaku. But as a result of this conflict, these indigenous people have been evicted without any recourse, without any support by the government, and without anybody looking over their shoulders to see how these indigenous communities are likely to survive going forward. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Interior and National Administration should facilitate establishment of local peace committees comprising of representatives from diverse community groups and enhance security patrols and surveillance along conflict hotspots in Kirima and Laikipia North sub-counties. The Kenya Forest Service should deploy more forest rangers to prevent illegal encroachment and grazing activities within the Mukogodo Forest Reserve, and the government, through a multi-agency approach, should invest in infrastructure development by constructing schools and security roads to improve accessibility and mobility. Honorable Speaker, having gone through what the committee observed during the visit to the various counties, what are the recommendations? And the committee came up with general recommendation for all the 6 counties. And we find that these recommendations are cross-cutting. First, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration and National Police Service should initiate a disarmament exercise aimed at confiscating illegal firearms held by unlicensed civilians in all areas in the 6 counties of North Rift. 2, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration should initiate a systematic intelligence-led operation in the North Rift region to dismantle criminal networks. 3, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration should establish strong national government administrative structures and presence across all regions. 4, the National Police Service should adopt and deploy modern security surveillance systems by integrating advanced technologies such as drone, mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, and armored personnel carriers and air surveillance for protection and fast response of our forces. 5, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration should relocate security camps in operational areas from location within the communities to border areas to enhance security presence and improve response. 6, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration should review seating of mounted troops in police operational vehicles used for operation to ensure safer and
How long do you have to?
I need about 5 minutes.
We cannot give you more than...
Give me 3 minutes.
Okay, give him 3. That he can move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Interior and National Administration should formulate and review National Police Reservist Policy Framework and provide operational guidelines and structure and their remuneration. The Ministry of Interior and National Administration should follow internationally recognized human rights standards when evicting residents and carrying out operation. An interministerial agency led by Ministry of Interior and National Administration should implement a comprehensive development plan for the remote areas of the North. The Ministry of Infrastructure in liaison with the Interior should construct security roads across the entire North Rift region to connect all the 6 counties across the Kerio and Malaso valleys. The Ministry of Interior and National Administration should investigate allegations raised by residents and county governments of Samburu and Turkana, especially on the issue involving Tiati constituency. Honorable Speaker, the report is there. The points have been well laid out. And the final 2 recommendations, the government should establish a compensation mechanism to support the affected families who have lost their loved ones, properties, and livestock. This will help them resume their socioeconomic activities and rebuild their lives in the aftermath of the conflict. And finally, the Ministry of Interior and National Government, in collaboration with Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, should develop administrative mechanism to resolve the persistent boundary disputes between the affected counties and undertake clear demarcation. Honorable Speaker, this particular document provides a body of working document for the House and also the committee to continuously engage the ministry and actors in the security sector and also our populations, so that going forward, these issues can be resolved rapidly and communities can be brought together. And I must say that we are grateful that this government, unlike the previous administration, has taken the bull by the horns of making sure that the guns must go silent in the North Rift. People are not unnecessarily displaced. Schools are not unnecessarily closed. Many schools are being opened, and the security is generally improving with the deployment of the National Police Reserve. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I want to request the Honorable MP for Narok West to second.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, Departmental Committee on Administration and International Security, for moving on behalf of the committee. Now that the chair of the committee is there, it is only in order that the Honorable Gabriel Tongoyo seconds.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And I want really to recommend and able to say on behalf of all of us, the committee, that my very able Vice Chair has done it very well, exceedingly well, on behalf of all of us. And Honorable Speaker, I want also to, from the very onset, to start really by appreciating and the entire committee, who actually also include yourself there, seated there, for really putting a lot of their time, putting a lot of their commitments and valuable time into this inquiry, which actually took almost more than about 5 or 6 months. And we all know that it was not an easy job. Majority of these counties, the terrain is just unimaginable, Honorable Speaker. And they really demonstrated a lot of commitment, dedication. I remember at some point, one of our members who seated here, actually here in chamber, Ngeleche, she was in Turkana. And of course, she really, she took about like 3 or 4 days going without food, water. And I remember calling me that she has never imagined that it is such hard as she actually witnessed. So I want really to appreciate every individual member. The quorum was very overwhelming as well. And it was really dedication. Honorable Speaker, and without also forgetting the Secretariat, who really gave their best and their all into the inquiry throughout the entire exercise and the period of an inquiry. Honorable Speaker, of course, without not forgetting the clerk and the Speaker of the National Assembly, and even the regional commissioner and the entire respective county security teams of the 6 counties, Honorable Speaker, because every other time we visited those counties, they're always there available to take us through, take participation actually wherever we are listening to the communities, and gave whichever support that was needed of them. Honorable Speaker, I want really also to really appreciate the communities, which was so welcoming, very hospitable, and they are so cooperative to the members of the committee, to include even non-state actors who are always available to give any support that was needed of them. Honorable Speaker, I want also to say from the start that this report, as it has been already said, the inquiry took place around August 2023 and April 2024, and a majority of the recommendation either which include the creation of several of the administrative units to take services closer to the people, much has already been even done. And I want really to appreciate the government, the Ministry of Interior, because I can confess some members even are here from Baringo, from Elgeyo Marakwet, including our very own Ngelechei. They can confirm that some of the recommendations contained in this report to include creation of this unit and operationalization of some had already taken place, which has really helped even a great deal. Honorable Speaker, from the very onset, I want also, Honorable Speaker, to really appreciate that we all remember when there was, we had the presidential address to the nation. It was reported that the insecurity in the entire North Rift and even in majority other part of the country, we already had the fruits of the intervention that has already been put by the the Ministry of Interior and the Kenya Kwanza government. And there is recorded to be a reduction of 70%, which is very recommendable. Of course, last week but one, we have had a bit some kind of instances, especially in Baringo North and a few other areas like Elgeyo Marakwet. But we should actually able to appreciate if we able to have a 360 outlook and the bigger picture that there is a recommendable, a big increase of insecurity in that region. To a bigger extent, that is attributed to the continued effort of the ministry and our security agencies, and of course the modernization, which has enabled our security agents, our security officers, to have modern equipment, which has actually able to have given them a more advantage in combating these crimes. And of course, there is a lot of continuous development programs to include opening up of some areas, some security roads in the affected regions, which should be actually even continued to be advanced. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to belabor again because the Vice has really said it all, and there is a lot of individual recommendation that has been captured in the report. And I want to call all of us members in this House to take time to study, to read, and I'm sure by going through it, you can able to appreciate and able to find and look in whichever way that we can individually, as leaders in this country, as leaders in those regions, that we can able to play a role and whichever duty to make the issue of security a priority, to include even continued building some police stations or building up schools so that we continue to make the population there, to reduce the issue of illiteracy. I want just to mention a few, Honorable Speaker, for the sake of time, some of the general recommendations that the committee did indicate in the report. And we were so convinced that if addressed, it can go a long way to help us compact.
I know it is 5 minutes, but this is the substantive chair of the committee. Give him.
Add me 3 or 4. Thank you so much, Speaker. Thank you for your understanding. Honorable Speaker, I've just said that I don't want to belabor. The Vice has said it all. There are a lot of, we cannot even exhaust the report. But one thing that stands out, we should be able to have a whole government approach so that we can able to address the issue of insecurity, not just in the North Rift, but actually in the other rest of the country. We will continue to operationalize several of our administrative units that have been even highlighted in this report, and many more. And Honorable Speaker, you remember last week we had a meeting as a committee with the ministry, and we made it very clear that we should be able to mobilize resources and to a tune about 2.5 billion so that we can able to operationalize all pending administrative units that can able to help us tackle majority of these insecurities. Honorable Speaker, the issue of infrastructure, I don't want to say it more. The amenities as a country, as a Kenya Kwanza government, and even as leaders in our individual constituencies, we should continue to expand these areas by providing water, schools, road, and creating other sources of livelihood to these communities so that the issue of rustling and cattle raids can go down. Honorable Speaker, the issue of inter-community dialogue through bringing these communities together through festivals, through some cultural activities. Like I want to single out what the CS Interior was doing at some point, sometime when we visited Elgeyo Marakwet. It was having inter-community these football activities. And I'm sure they can able to bring these communities together so that they can able to be speaking together, able to see each other as brothers and not as enemies. Honorable Speaker, as I near to conclude this, the issue, I want really to appreciate even the issue of our NPR, who have really contributed to a big deal, a big extent, the issue of making these areas less insecure. We will continue as a ministry, as a government, to support because we have already seen that it bears fruit. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to support what the Vice has said and support this motion and call the entire House to do the same. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kindly end by saying, I therefore second.
Sorry, okay, thank you so much. So, I therefore second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee. Sorry, and thanks the clerical team. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the inquiry into the state of security in 6 counties of North Rift, being Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, West Pokot, Samburu, and Laikipia, declared as disturbed, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 13th August, 2024. I have a natural bias in the context of this matter towards members of parliament from the mentioned counties of Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, West Pokot, Samburu, and Laikipia, because from the report I note the committee wants a lasting solution to the disturbed part of the North Rift. Remember also this is the region the President of Kenya originally hails from. We need a solution. So the Honorable Makilap from Baringo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start from the onset that I support the committee report, the recommendations by the committee, with of course some value addition on the recommendations that the committee led by my good friend Honorable Tongoyo and Dito Raso and the entire team who visited my constituency and visited Baringo. I appreciate
they met with real issues on the ground, and they have reported it correctly. I've been with them on the ground, and I've also been with them here in Parliament when I presented the issues before their committee. Secondly, Chairman, let's start from a positive aspect. Chairman, these seekers of banditry, criminals ravaging the entire North Rift started way back. I call it seekers because it moves to a state where you think it has ended, and then reoccurs. I give you a case study, Mr. Speaker, and this time, give me time. So, Speaker, look, from late May to just some few weeks ago, March, there was some lull, there was some peace, especially between my constituency and our neighbors, Tiati. Immediately, the rains started. Immediately, the pastoralists came forcefully to graze in an area that they raided. And within no time, rains fall. They have started raiding continuously. During the morning, during the day, it is like breakfast, lunch, supper. And as far as 2 weeks ago, we buried on Monday one person who was killed in his home. As I speak on this microphone in Parliament, an NBR was shot in Ngaratuko area and is recuperating in Cabernet. I'm even very sure, because I don't have my phone, that there could be something happening even today. Even today as I speak here, a continuous raid. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the government during that period of peace. What did we do so that you know who is normal and who is not normal, who is abnormal? During this period, we were able to open all the schools in Baringo North that were closed. During that period, we were able to bring back people who had fled the area. Within that time, we were able to do restocking, trying to see how to help the people that lost lives. So, Speaker, do you know we had lost within a period of 6 months 32 people? And what we did in the restocking is perhaps that family that lost a human being, we could keep 3 cows just to bring life back. And those who lost property and injured, 1 cow. Those who lost everything, we kept them 4 goats. Trying to bring back lives of the people and reopening schools. We even did fencing of schools that reopened. We even provided mattresses for those children who came back. We tried to do water projects to bring back life during that period when we had peace. And we reported this to the president that now, with this period of time, the cans are silent. What happened immediately, Mr. Speaker? Now we've been brought back to the situation where we were. Mr. Speaker, I want to put it very right, and please give me time, because this is the real truth that I want to tell you. Mr. Speaker, I want to report to you that the so-called Operation Linda Walivu, let me tell you, there is no operation that has been done in the North Rift, the truth be said. What has been happening, Mr. Speaker, is when bandits hit the area, security pursue them for only 1 day and they come back. As we speak here, we lost 75 coats the other day. They have not been recovered. We lost, they attempted to steal 250 cows, but they were able to run away with 11. So Speaker, what is an operation? What is an operation? Mr. Speaker, can I be protected? Because
the Honorable Dido Raso, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on standing order relating to misinformation. Honorable colleague should not misinform the House. He can only say that the operation is not as effective as it is. But for those of us who have been on the ground, even with him, we can confirm that there are enough boots on the ground to the extent that we were even in command posts, military command posts, where we got briefings. So for that reason, he can only say that it is not as effective as he would have wished. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Makilap, your time is up. But because of the passion with which you pursue the matter and being from the area, I will give you 2 more minutes to wind up.
Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, you'll create another time for me. But, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say, an operation means you don't only pursue bandits when they steal cows or they kill people for 1 day or 2 hours. An operation is a systematic plan to pursue the criminals when they are not hitting people, when they have not stolen livestock, and pursue them to their hideouts and remove the guns out of them and recover the animals that they have stolen. That is an operation. But when a raid happens now, 1 hour, they pursue, after that, it's gone. Is that an operation, Mr. Speaker? It is not an operation. I want to say here before man and God that there has not been a forceful operation to remove the illegal firearms in with bandits, Mr. Speaker. I want to say, God will bear me a witness in heaven. Mr. Speaker, let us also find out. Mr. Speaker, find out, and the committee knows it, and they have reported it correctly. Mr. Speaker, who hit Baringo North? My people have never organized even one raid to any community. We live together with Baringo Central, and there is no raid. We live with Marakwet West, no raid. Marakwet, Kenya North, nothing. Kenya South, nothing. What is it, Mr. Speaker? Find out, and this country need to know. Who is this who is hitting Elgeyo Marakwet? Who is this hitting Baringo, the Tuken side and the Chamu side? Who is this hitting Turkana? Who is this hitting the Kikuyus in Laikipia? And who is this fighting the Samburus? Mr. Speaker, until that is answered by the President, the Minister, and each one of us, that is when we shall deal with the matter to the end. Mr. Speaker, we know they are not everybody in that community, but they are criminals.
The Honorable Gabriel Tongoyo.
As much as I want really to appreciate what the Honorable Member Baringo North is saying, I think the issue of who is causing insecurity, who is killing what, who is doing, is not the role of the President or a minister or whoever. It's just good to appreciate that the criminal elements, criminal in those trouble areas. Definitely, this is not caused by osmosis or by, from the blues. They are caused by criminals. And I think we pointed out very clearly in the report. And I think the President has demonstrated already a big deal by putting a lot of modernization, a lot of budget into the security organ in that region. So, Honorable Speaker, I know it's emotive. My good friend, even actually the latest victim of insecurity, actually as late even as last 2 days ago. And I know it's painful, it is emotive, but we should sober up and able to really be objective in this. So the issue of President, I think, is already done a big deal. Even as individual leaders, we have a responsibility to play. And I think in the report, Honorable Speaker, just to remind, we were bold enough to say that in the Baringo and part of Samburu, actually west, the epicenter of all this problem emanates from Tiati. We didn't shy away. We said it very clearly. And I think it is well captured in the report. So, Honorable Speaker, let's be objective. Let's not have emotion fly up and able to be objective in this. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, so Honorable Makilap, you have 1 minute to wind up. And remember, you are operating within the gratis time.
I have said the President for the last, since he took over, has helped my people. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to only inform the Commander-in-Chief that there is a single criminal elements in one place that the committee have reported, Mr. Speaker. That is my message. In fact, if there is somebody who held my hand and the hand of the people of Baringo North and the entire North Rift, is the President of the Republic of Kenya. I'm not in doubt. I support it. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that I want to let you know is that the security people in that area, Mr. Speaker, until the security team, I have enough security people in that area. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, is this. They don't alight from the APC. Bandits are not on the road. So they are inside the APC, the protected area, and they leave the NPR outside, and they don't work together, Mr. Speaker. So we want the security people to come out of the APC, combine efforts with the NPR without intimidating the NPR.
Thank you, Honorable Makilap. Honorable members, the contribution on this motion is for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And so I would request members who have information like where Honorable Makilap was ending to liaise with the chair of the committee so that we can pursue these matters. The Honorable Kasim Tandaza.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama miaka 20 iliyopita nilimefanya kazi sehemu za Pokot na Turkana kama mhandisi sehemu zile. Na ni jambo la kuhuzunisha kwamba zile ni sehemu ambazo unaweza kutembea ukasafiri zaidi ya kilomita 20 bila kuona shule. Na kwa nini nazungumzia shule? Sote hapa kama viongozi tutakubaliana kwamba ikiwa kuna kitu ambacho kinaweza kusawazisha maisha ya binadamu ni elimu. Na nakumbuka iko kwa takwimu kwamba hata wakati tukipata uhuru, jambo ambalo lilitiliwa mkazo ilikuwa ni kuondoa ujinga. Na ujinga ulikuwa hautaondolewa kwa bakora, kwa fimbo ama kwa bunduki. Ulikuwa ujinga utaondolewa kupitia elimu. Kwa hivyo katika ripoti hii ambayo imetolewa na hii kamati nikiiunga mkono. Kwa upande wangu mimi, kitengo ama sehemu ambayo haijasisitizwa na ili hali ndio ambayo ingeweza kutoa suluhu kwa yale matatizo ni kusisitiza elimu. Ni jambo la kutamausha kama tulivyoona kwa ripoti katika karne hii, tukiambiwa kuna familia zaidi ya maelfu ambao wameweza kufurushwa katika makazi yao. Hii inamaanisha moja kwa moja kwamba vijana wao, watoto wao wa kiume na wa kike hawako katika mashule. Ikiwa ni hivyo basi, hata ikiwa serikali itapeleka askari kule, hata ikiwa askari itapeleka jeshi kule, lakini vijana wale ambao wanahitajika wao wamepata elimu na hatimaye kupata kazi mbadala, jambo hili halitaweza kuisha. Mimi sikubaliani na kwamba boots ama askari wanaweza kusuluhisha jambo hili. Ni sisi kama bunge tuweze kuangalia sehemu hizi kwa upande wa kipekee, tuweze kuwapatia fedha, ijapokuwa serikali zilizotangulia haziweza kufanya hivyo, lakini tuweze kuwapatia fedha waweze na wao kupata elimu bora, waweze kuwa na shule ambazo ni za mabweni, kwa sababu nikifanya kazi kule niliona kwamba hata ukijenga shule hizi za kawaida hazipati watoto, kwa sababu wengi watakuwa wanaenda malishoni na kuchunga na kutafuta nyasi na kutafuta maji. Kwa hivyo hii ni sehemu ambayo kama bunge ambao tuna uwezo wa kupeana pesa. Tuwe na kitu kwa kimombo tunaita affirmative action kwa upande wa elimu, tuweze kuwapatia fedha zaidi. Na ikija kwa upande wa kilimo, hasa Wizara ya Maji, wakati nikiishi kule kama ripoti ilivyosema, matatizo mengi yanatokea kwa sababu ya malisho akitafuta maji na nyasi. Mbona tusiweze kama bunge tuweze kutenga fedha maalum kupitia Wizara ya Maji kuona kwamba yale kama ni mabwawa, kama ni visima vinaweza kupatiwa kipaumbele kuweza kutatua suluhisho hili, badala ya kuwa kama tunavyoona katika bajeti wale walioko katika kamati zinazohusika wanapeleka miradi ya maji katika maeneo yao bunge ambapo hakuna mahitaji kama sehemu hizi ambazo zimetajwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hizi dakika ulizonipatia, inafika wakati jambo hili silo la kamati, lakini tujue uhalifu katika sehemu moja ya nchi ni uhalifu katika nchi nzima. Na wale viongozi wa kisiasa kama ilivyozungumzwa hapa, ni aibu kubwa kwamba wao, watoto wao na jamii zao zinaishi Nairobi, wanasoma shule nzuri nzuri, lakini katika roho zao wanaona ni vyema watumie watoto wa maskini ambao hawana elimu kupigana, kuuana na ati kuweza kuwanyang'anya ng'ombe. Hili ni jambo la aibu, na ningeomba wao katika hekima zao waone kwamba hawawatendei haki jamii yao, na kama basi wanaona ni haki wangeweza kupeleka watoto wao wafanye mambo kama hayo. Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru kwa muda ulioweza kunipatia na kuchangia hoja hii ambayo inaniuma kwa moyo, hasa nikikumbuka nimeweza kufanya kazi katika sehemu hizi na kuona macho vile watu wanaoana kinyama bila sababu ya maana. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Honorable Tandaza. The Honorable Dr. Phyllis Bato, the MP for Moiben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also give my contribution, even though I don't come from the region where security is a problem, but all the same, I live in the neighboring county, so I can also give my input. Mr. Speaker, Chapter 14 of our Constitution stipulates very clearly about national security and the security of the people of Kenya. From the report of the committee, Mr. Speaker, there are indications that since 2023, the government has been putting a lot of effort to try and improve the security situation in those counties. However, the issue of this banditry is still a challenge. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder why we continuously have security issues, yet the same people who are fighting are still our voters. They will vote for a member of county assembly, they'll vote for a member of National Assembly, they'll vote for a senator, women rep, etc. What happens? What is it that makes these people fight continuously, yet they still come together, elect leaders, and peace is still a problem? Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this year, we went to Marakwet East. We had gone to visit the constituency of Honorable Kangoko Bowen. And Mr. Speaker, you visit those regions and you still wonder whether you are still in Kenya because of the marginalization, because of services which are not, issues of water, road network is a problem, the schools are still underdeveloped. So such scenarios make people feel disadvantaged, and possibly that is why they start they start fighting each other. Because, and I would really thank those leaders from those regions who they have really tried. Some have tried putting up schools. We visited a medical training college in Marakwet East worth 100 million. And we looked at the situation and said that member of parliament really tried, because putting an institution of that magnitude in that area at least will make the people feel they are still in Kenya and that the government cares. What should happen, Mr. Speaker, is that the issues which the findings the committee came up with must be implemented to the latter. For instance, the issue of personnel. From their findings, it was clear that there is no sufficient personnel in those regions. Mr. Speaker, we should resource the ministry to employ more personnel. The police service should be enriched. We should have enough. We should train them and post them to those regions and man them 24 hours until that time when everybody will relax. Otherwise, if as Honorable Member from Baringo North has said that there is no enforcement, the security personnel are there, but they are just not actively participating in fighting banditry, then it becomes problematic. Mr. Speaker, the issue of no network, I know we have resources to develop the neglected parts of Kenya. We should put more resources in the road networks going to those regions. We should distribute electricity. We should make sure that such regions are visited by, we should make sure that they are well established so that people will relax. Otherwise, if we continue just speaking about security issues in boardrooms, in big offices, and we don't take action, we will continue seeing scenarios. And also the leaders, as leaders, we should come together and speak one voice. We shouldn't be inciting our people to fight each other, and yet we are Kenyans. I mean, why would you incite your people to go and fight another neighboring county or constituency? What benefit would you get if, I mean, do we still have people who are that inhuman to an extent that they would want to see people shedding blood, they would want to see women suffering, they would want to see children not going to school, they would want to see people get...
Give him 1 minute to wind up. Give her 1 minute to wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I would encourage leaders, we should start speaking to each other than speaking at each other, because when we incite our people, we will never gain anything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Naomi Wako, the County MP for Marsabit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important debate on the report that has been tabled. Honorable Speaker, the issue of insecurity in northern part of Kenya and North Rift and many other areas is one thing that has affected many people and many families, and unfortunately, many people have lost their lives through the insecurity issues, the bandits, and communities attacking each other. And it has caused many children to be orphans and many young women to be widows. And that is why we need to give all the attention that it deserves so that we can salvage the situation. Honorable Speaker, the issue of North Rift is something that is touching everybody's heart today because of the frequent attacks and the many lives lost. We, from the people from northern Kenya, especially Marsabit, have also gone through the same challenges some years back, but we thank God that for the last 3-4 years, we have experienced peace, and our people are enjoying that peace now, and they are able to take care of their animals. They are able to do a bit of farming. They are able to do some business, which we thank God for. But once in a while, you could see that there are people who come and attack others, try to run away with their animals, try to kill people, which is unfortunate. And I urge the security team to put serious measures in place so that even before the attacks happen, they can put the strategies in place so that we can protect the lives of every citizen, and especially the people in northern and northern Kenya, so that they can be able to enjoy the work hard. Honorable Speaker, a lot has happened. Many people have complained, others blaming the leaders, saying different things. But I think the best thing that the government can do today is to invest so that we can develop those parts of the country. We used to say that, even for those of us from Marsabit, we used to say that we are not in Kenya, we are in Kenya B, simply because the area is underdeveloped, simply because the people have been marginalized. And when you come to Kenya, you see that the country has grown, but where you come from, you wonder where that is still part of this country. And that is why today we need to invest in those parts of the country. I know there is the equalization fund. I know the government is doing so many things, but we need to be serious on developing the areas so that the areas can also be developed and people can also take their mind, change their mindset from what they used to do and see how best they can live a better life. Honorable Speaker, many people in Northern and North Rift are not educated. And that is why, beside the normal education system that we have, we can even engage the grown-ups in the adult literacy so that we keep them busy, so that they can learn how to read and write, and also open up their mind so that they can also do some businesses. We can invest, we can call upon investors to come and invest in those areas so that the local people who have only known to do pastoralism and take care of their animals to do a bit of business, to take care of their cash. We can invest in women so that they can do businesses that can sustain their families. Honorable Speaker, unless we are radical, unless we become so radical in transforming the lives of those people, in investing in those counties, we will not be able to overcome this problem. And the leaders also to be peace ambassadors. We can also engage the young people in the school curriculum. Put something on peaceful coexistence so that even as our young people grow, as they go to school, then they can know the importance of coexistence and live together. So, Honorable Speaker, my suggestion is that we need to focus, we need to be serious, invest in those counties, change their mindset, see how best they can live the pastoralism and also do businesses so that they can be busy and see how
Honorable Naomi Wako, you are looking at me like I'm the one who stopped the clock. You needed a minute to conclude? Okay, just a minute. You want a minute or two?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Do you want a minute or two?
2 minutes will be okay.
I give you 2 minutes because of your position in Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So, in conclusion, I want to urge our government to deploy more security team there, to invest and do enough. You know, we can disarm, we can collect all the weapons that are there illegally so that people can, just take care of themselves and their animals, and also invest so that our people can enjoy their life just as the other Kenyans are doing. Every life is important. The life of a child in Baringo, the life of a child in Marsabit, the life of a child in Turkana is as important as the life of any other child in Nairobi and any other place. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
The Honorable Caroline Ngelichei, the County MP for Elgeyo Marakwet.
Shukran, Bwana Spika, kwa kunipa fursa nichangie. Mr. Speaker, mimi nataka kushukuru kamati ya security ambayo walichukua hiyo jukumu ya kutembea katika kaunti zote 6 za ambazo ziko katika Kerio Valley ili kupata haswa kujipatia katika huko mashinani na kugundua ni nini kinachoendelea. Unajua mara mingi Mr. Speaker, unapotegemea wanasiasa, kila mtu ataegemea upande wake. Utakapompata mwanasiasa kutoka West Pokot, atakwambia wao hawana makosa, ni wale counties ambayo wana wazingira ndio wako na makosa. Utakapopata mwanasiasa kama mimi kutoka Elgeyo Marakwet, nitasema sisi ni weupe kama pamba, lakini wale majirani yetu ndio wabaya. Mr. Speaker, ninapokuambia tunapoongea hivi, Mr. Speaker, tumesumbuliwa sana na hiyo jambo la kigaidi ya banditry, amna wale watu wa kuiba mifugo. Mr. Speaker, hawana tofauti yoyote na magaidi ambayo kwa kimombo wanaitwa terrorist, kwa sababu wanakuja kwenye ardhi ya wenyewe, wanahamisha wenyeji, wanachukua mali zao, wanaharibu mali zao, kuwaua bila huruma, Mr. Speaker. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi, kuna kitu ambayo imetusumbua kwa muda mrefu. Hii jambo mara nyingi watu wanaposikiza wanasema viongozi, enendeni mkaketi chini, mkazungumze. Imeanza muda mrefu sana. Ukikanyaga ardhi ya Elgeyo Marakwet, uliza Murkutu wa masaka ni nini? Hiyo masaka ni kuna siku nafikiri ilikuwa tarehe ngapi, March mwaka wa 2000, wagaidi zaidi ya 3000 kutoka Pokot walivamia kijiji inaitwa Murkutu katika Elgeyo Marakwet, wakaua watu zaidi ya 50, wakachoma boma zaidi ya 300 na wakaiba mifugo zaidi ya 2000. Mr. Speaker, imekuwa kidonda sugu ambayo wale watoto wadogo wanapokuwa wanajua kuwa kuna kitu ambaye ni priority kwa hii area. Watu wanavamiana, watu wanauana. Kenya nataka kusema Mr. Speaker, isipokuwa serikali inajaribu,
mimi nataka kuomba ile kitu ambayo Mheshimiwa Maklab kutoka Baringo North amesema, disarmament. Watu watolewe silaha katika mikononi mwao. Whether kuna vita ama hakuna vita, wakati wa amani, wakati wa vita, serikali ifanye jukumu kuhakikisha kuwa hakuna mwananchi ambaye anabakia na silaha katika mkono yao. Sababu ni hii, anatumia hiyo silaha kufanyia nini? Mtu anapokuwa na miliki ya bunduki ama risasi katika chumbani kwake, anataka alafu afanyie nini? Hauwezi tumia bunduki ama risasi kuchunga ng'ombe, hauwezi tumia kufanya jambo lingine lile lolote. Inamaanisha wewe uko katika preparation ama wewe uko tayari kila saa kuua mwingine. Mr. Speaker, huyu mtu ametuangaisha. Tumelia vya kutosha. Na hata mimi nataka kushukuru serikali ya Mheshimiwa Ruto kwa sababu tangu waingie tumeongezewa NPR, wale walinzi wa raia ambao wanalinda wengine, wameongeza askari wa jeshi, wameongeza askari wale wa GSU. Na ukitaka kujua hasara ambayo hii wizi ya mifugo imeleta katika Kenya, kumbuka ule mkuu wa majeshi alikufa akienda kuangalia ama kutizama wanajeshi wake ambao wako katika hiyo area. Na kwa kawaida, Mr. Speaker, wanajeshi hawakai ndani ya nchi, wanakaa kuchunga ile mipaka zetu na watu wa nchi za jirani. Lakini ilimebidi wawekwe ndani ya nchi ili kulinda huyu mtu mmoja. Na Mr. Speaker, ifahamike kuwa tunapoita wagaidi ama wawizi wa mifugo si jamii, ni mtu mmoja mmoja katika hiyo jamii, ni individual, hawasimamii jamii mzima. Usije ukadanganyika kuwa jamii fulani, Mr. Speaker, ni wagaidi. Inakuwa wananchi wachache ambayo wanajulikana. So ombi langu mimi, Mr. Speaker, ni serikali ifanye proper disarmament. Imepatia serikali hasara. Mimi naweza kuongea kuhusu Kerio Valley upande wa Elgeyo Marakwet County. Na kwa hii Jumamosi nimekuwa Chesuman location ambayo iko Kerio Valley, iko Aror, nikaenda Tunyo, nikaenda Chepkum, nikaenda Aror kwenyewe, nikaenda Niwai katika Aror location. Wananchi kile wanaoomba ni mwisho wa hii wizi wa mifugo. Huko tuko na ardhi nzuri sana, iko na rutuba nyingi sana, inaweza lisha Kenya mzima, lakini tutafanya aje hayo yote na huyu mtu anaitwa terrorist ambaye ni bandit? Na Mr. Speaker, nafikiri tunabidi kubadilisha sheria ili kila mtu atakayepatikana katika hiyo bonde la Kerio.
1 minute umalize.
2, Mr. Speaker. Dakika 2.
No, dakika moja.
Haya, sawa. Mimi ninaomba tu ili yule gaidi ama yule mtu ambaye amefanya watu waame kwao, amefanya vijana wadogo badala ya kukuja kutafuta riziki ama kutafuta maisha ya jamii yao kama wengine hapa Nairobi, Eldoret na vijiji vingine na jiji zingine zile, wamesalia nyumbani kwa sababu hawawezi waacha mama zao bila ulinzi, hawawezi waacha jamii zao vile walivyo. Mimi, Mr. Speaker, ninapoona mtu yote katika bonde la Kerio akinipigia simu, especially kama haijafika muda wa saa 6 mchana, ninakuanga na hofu sana moyoni mwangu kwa sababu nashangaa ni uvamizi imefanyika ama ni jambo gani. So Mr. Speaker, ninaposhukuru kamati ambaye mimi pia ni mmoja wao na nilitembea kwa hizo counties yote, mimi nataka bado kusisitiza serikali ipate kukaza, ipate kukaza kwa sababu tunapoteza rasilimali mingi. Hao watu wanaweza fanya maendeleo mengi, wanaweza panda, wanaweza lisha Kenya mzima na pia pale.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Caroline Ngelichei. Sasa tutapatia nafasi Mheshimiwa Meja Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First and foremost, I want to thank the committee for bringing out a detailed report, actually an inquiry report, on the insecurity in the North Rift, comprising amongst the 6 counties. Honorable Speaker, when you look at these counties, they have a common denominator. Together with the others in the larger northern Kenya, they are pastoralist in nature. And therefore, issue of security or insecurity is unique in these areas. It cannot be dealt with the same way it can be dealt with in urban areas. How unique it is you can attest to the fact that when these communities or issues of insecurity happen in those areas, you hear the government or other actors saying, leaders, elders, ABCD, to do this, ABCD. You don't hear that when there are insecurity issues in Nairobi. The issues in Homa Bay, for example. You have not heard of saying, Honorable Kaluma, with all due respect, and others, to be told, I've been asked, what is happening? What is happening? That also tells you that these areas and these communities are unique. And therefore, there must be a unique solution to the problem. I've operated in these areas when I was serving in the military, all these counties. Up to now, we still talk about operational areas, military conducting operations, police conducting operations. We have never learned lessons. So we are doing the same thing, expecting same results. What is the underlying factor here? It is socio-economic factors over the years. If these things will have been addressed in these pastoral areas, these things will have been actually reduced drastically. But it's not. The same thing is happening in northern Kenya, the counties of northeastern and the whole of northern. The socio-economic factors contribute to the issue of lawlessness. There's no presence of government. When we keep on talking about that, please give us administrative units, people are wondering, why do they need it? But because the place is so unique, it requires a unique solutions. In fact, this committee should have also recommended that, look, when these areas ask for administrative units, please give them in large numbers, in bulk. Reduce from other places which don't require these things and give it to them. When I read this report, it is said Baringo is the worst hit. Why will it be the worst hit? Yet we had 24 years of presidency also in that place. It is because those parts that are so much hit are pastoralists in nature. It's not the entire Baringo that is badly hit. Baringo is in two different areas. The pastoralist areas and the normal areas. The normal areas are very much safe and secure. But the Baringo of the pastoralist is so much insecure. Why? Socio-economic factors. No roads, no schools, no water, no nothing. Yet you want to see how to eradicate insecurity in this place. You'll just be going round. I was there. 1999, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003. Honorable Raso was with me in the military. We worked together. We will be continuing going round like this unless we have unique solutions to this problem. What is the solution to this place? It is the communities themselves to sit down and say, enough is enough. But with the government support, make roads for these people, build schools, give them water, they will settle. And if it happens in a certain place, the police cannot reach because there's no road. In Northeastern, we're talking about Al-Shabaab menace. Why? Because there's no road. If the road from Garissa to Mandera is made tarmac, I can tell you 80% of insecurity in those places will be resolved. Al-Shabaab issue will be a thing of the past. It's not going to happen. So as I look at the reports, well detailed, but who will implement? Will it just go to the dustbin, to the folders, and just be kept? No. We want the government to look at this thing.
Honorable Beja Bashir, 2 minutes, because you are providing solutions.
Yes. This is a detailed report that the committee has made. I have looked at it. It contains substance. It needs to be implemented. If it's implemented, this at least will help the people of North Rift. But I still want to insist on the issue of development, that is the socio-economic factors in these places. Mr. Speaker, let us speak in one voice and say, develop these areas, just like the rest of Kenya. There will be no insecurity. That's the point. We are using billions in places which are already developed. You are looking where to build roads. We have vast lands where to build the roads. In other places, you are trying to say, which corner do we go through so we can build these roads? It's not there in northern Kenya. And yet, every year, we are spending billions of shillings for operations. How much money we use for the security is billions. Those billions can be used to provide roads. So I think this is a good report. I will urge the government and the institutions concerned to fast-track the implementation and ensure that insecurity is something of the past in North Rift and the entire northern Kenya. We have issues of Al-Shabaab right now, menacing in northeastern. We are unable to deal with it. 20 years down the line, we still have Al-Shabaab issues. Why? Because we want to deal with Al-Shabaab as if it is a huge force where you want to go and attack. They have camps. No, they operate individually, 2, 3, 4, and yet you have kifaros, tanks. You want to go and roam in those areas. It's not going to work. Let's think outside the box and look at how do we deal with these issues. Provide development in these areas, social issues, all those are factors. It will scale down. I support the report. Thank you.
The Honorable Lote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first of all want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for such a detailed report of the insecurity situation in the North Rift region. Having come from the North Rift region and a member of parliament from Kachiliba constituency, I will wish to support the report, but with the following comment, Mr. Speaker. First, Mr. Speaker, it pains me and pains me more, Mr. Speaker, when I actually sit here and realize that as members debate, they're trying to point a finger to a community. And I want to appreciate what the women rep for Elgeyo Marakwet said. It is not a community. It is individuals within the community. Mr. Speaker, if it was, like I heard one member saying here, that let us investigate the community that is eating every other person. If it was so, Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, in Kachiliba constituency, 2 people that were riding a motorcycle going to Loya, one of them is in the mortuary right now as we speak. He was shot by bandits from the Turkana community. If it was only the Pokot community that are hitting people, we will not be talking about a person that is in mortuary now. Tomorrow morning, Wednesday, the 2nd of April, we are going to bury a chief by the name Sebei of Loruk of Tiati East. This person, he was a chief, and he was killed by the NPR, supported by the armored police vehicle. He was actually chased by an armored NPC, an armored police vehicle, with KPR inside from Baringo, the other side of Baringo, because when I say Baringo, it's in 2, and he was killed. He is buried tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm saying this is...
Honorable Lote,
yes.
Honorable Lote, you're saying an armored personnel carrier...
Yes.
...belonging to government...
Yes.
...carried people working for government...
Yes.
...to kill a chief...
Yes.
...an administrator...
...who is going to be buried tomorrow. And it was done when the head of public service, Koskei Felix, was in Tiati.
Honorable Ngeleche?
So, Mr. Speaker...
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Lote is an MP for Kachilipa, which does not border Baringo in any way. And Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge Mr. Lote to confirm if indeed what he's saying is true or is misleading. It might be emotional, but it's not good to drag in or to tag in the government agencies into the shenanigans. Thank you.
The Honorable, that is Honorable Cecilia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would also want to ask the Honorable Member Lote, Honorable Speaker, to substantiate the claims because they are heavy, Honorable Speaker. Because if that is honestly the truth of the matter, we should be in a court, Honorable Speaker, because clearly the perpetrators are known. So, Honorable Speaker, if he can substantiate, the better. If he cannot, Honorable Speaker, then I think it's only fair that he withdraws.
Yeah, Honorable Lote, the statement you have made, more so concerning the involvement of police or national government officials in the killing of a chief who is serving in the national government administration, is very serious. The request is that you substantiate.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we're going to bury the chief. And tomorrow is Wednesday, the 2nd. Mr. Speaker, I will not say this if I did not confirm. He was killed by NPR, National Police Reservists.
We are not dealing with the fact of that public servant's unfortunate death. We are dealing with the fact you are talking about relating to who, in your view, killed him and the use of the anti-personnel carrier. Can you substantiate that link?
Mr. Speaker, you will give me time to substantiate it, but I'll say this without a doubt that the information that I have, the information...
Honorable Lote, you want to substantiate that limb so that I give you the time to do so, or you want to withdraw it?
Mr. Speaker, the information...
If you insist, you can substantiate the claim that anti-personnel carrier that are among the equipment the government has deployed to the north to help with the security situation have been used by officers, you said NPR?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And that those together have killed another officer of government. We can give you time, but if you are not very sure,
Mr. Speaker,
you can withdraw that part so that we continue with the debate.
Okay, let me...
And I'm telling you this to confirm that the standing orders require you to substantiate and gives you up to the following day to do so.
Sure, Mr. Speaker. If I'm given to the following day, I will be able to substantiate. But what I will, at this point, Mr. Speaker, is to confirm that there is a chief by the name Sebei of Loruk, who is dead now, is going to be buried tomorrow, and that the chief was killed by NPR. As to the use of the armored police vehicles, give me time tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, I will substantiate, and it's going to be positive. Mr. Speaker, that aside, I wish to say the following, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the report. The report is good, Mr. Speaker, and it's going to give us solutions.
Yeah, so, Honorable Lote, you've requested for time to substantiate that limb. I hope you get clearly what requires substantiation within the meaning of the standing order here. They claim that the anti-personnel carrier belonging to government, being part of the equipment of government, has been used by an NPR, also deployed by government because they are paid by government, and these two were used together to kill the chief. If you believe you can substantiate confirming the details of the officers involved in the killing of the chief and the details of the NPR under the standing orders, I will be giving you the opportunity to substantiate tomorrow during the afternoon sitting. Do you want to go that way, or you want to withdraw that part and continue?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, on the basis that tomorrow I'm traveling out, I will withdraw. But let it be that I have said
if you withdraw,
yes,
just withdraw without reservations and conditions.
Honorable Speaker.
You withdraw that part so that you can continue with the other contribution.
So that I can continue with that contribution.
You're granted.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, thank you.
Let me also direct that part of the statement be expunged from the answered so that it does not incite emotions in terms of triggering government using its resources to fight government officers. Honorable Lote, you can continue.
Mr. Speaker, on the 24th.
Why have you switched off the mic of Honorable Lote? You know, we engaged in
yes,
time.
we are engaging. Please don't switch me off. Mr. Speaker, on the 24th of February 2025, the military personnel in my constituency went and looted. That I can confirm. I've got messages here. I've got photographs, and I shared it with the army commander. Mr. Speaker, that I can confirm. So basically, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is, this report is good because it's going to help us in terms of addressing the issues that have actually made the northern region of this country become insecure. Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dido Raso, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, with due respect to Honorable Lote, he makes very sweeping and very dangerous statement from the floor of this House. To say that the military looted in his constituency, then it simply means that there's law and order problem in this country that is being exacerbated by law enforcement agencies. I think we cannot go on that tangent. If he has reported, the idea of social media, I think it cannot be an issue to be used as substantiated issue from the floor of this House. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I want you to guide Honorable Member. Let him stick to what is before him in the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Lote, did I hear you claim that you can substantiate?
I got photographs. I shared it with the army commander about the same. I've got the names of the people, and I've got the time that this happened. But Mr. Speaker, on the basis that I'm asked to bring the officers here and their names, I will withdraw. It remains. I will withdraw.
Do I hear you to also withdraw that part of your statement?
Withdraw.
Yeah, you can conclude then.
Okay, thank you. Now you can give me my time, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that the report has indicated very clearly is that there's got an issue of the boundaries within this region. Nobody has talked about it. And this committee has recommended that we use the boundary review of 1992. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, there are a lot of inter-boundary issues that have brought conflict. I remember in the year 2016, the county government of West Pokot went into a court battle with the county government of Turkana based on a boundary issue. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, I brought it here, a question to the minister. And the question to the minister was all about why will we have a village that was constituted and created in 1997, reporting to Turkana County, and yet it is geographically in West Pokot County. Mr. Speaker, I think if we can be able to handle the issues of boundaries, as it is recommended by this report, Mr. Speaker, we can go far. The village of Lorogon, according to the minister's report, is in West Pokot up to the year 1997. So let's go back to 1992 and operate on the issues of boundary. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of a systematic exclusion of these people. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, in my constituency, we talk about schools that the president said need to be reopened. A school called Lanyangalem in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, up to now has not been opened. We do not have boarding schools. We don't have roads. We have Takwel Dam, for example. That dam is only serving the national interest of generating electricity. But nobody has even bothered to use that water to supply to the communities, because one of the reasons the report says is that there is conflict based on water. Why can't the government say, let us just work on this thing and not give these people lip service? We are getting a lot of lip service, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, if
how long do you need to? Yeah, give Honorable Lote 1 minute again.
I'll cut it to 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, because of the systematic exclusion. If we say that we need to have these children go to school, And I think one member here said very clearly how the schools can be able to help in terms of addressing issues of insecurity. Mr. Speaker, we need boarding schools. We do not need day schools. You cannot tell a child in a place called in my constituency to walk for 3 kilometers to a school passing through an insecure place. That is basically telling this kid that you do not need to go to school. Mr. Speaker, if the government is serious, let the government invest in boarding schools in all the marginalized areas of the North Rift. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the NPR issues. NPR issues has become a darling of many of the places from the North Rift. If you go, Mr. Speaker, to my constituency, 180 kilometers of international border, you do not find any single military man of Kenya. It is only the NPR that take care of this country. Mr. Speaker, I will wish that the government take advantage and ensure that NPR are not only given guns, but they are also trained and they are also taken care of in terms of how they are trained and how they are taken care of. Mr. Speaker, if you only give people guns, you want to ensure that we appease our communities.
Honorable Lote, we have given you a lot of time because of the important matters you're raising. And honorable members, this is a very emotive debate. I believe it will be continued tomorrow. Please be here so that we can get solutions around it. I don't know any given time I've had occasion to meet the president when he has never raised how the issue as to how Parliament can help him solve the issue of insecurity in the North. And this being his region, let us be here to provide solution and bring this insecurity in the North to the end. Honorable members, the time being 7:07 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the second day of April 2025 at 9:30 a.m.